dancing through the night. You know a black cat got nothing on a lucky man. Yeah, black cat got nothing on a lucky man.
Welcome to consecutive streaming day number 606, part 2. Mr. Remo Demo was here for you earlier. Hope you enjoyed that. Finally, B-Cup is back. God damn, it took forever for them to finally start again. I hope you have a wonderful week. It is Wednesday. As we say in Germany, Richtfest. That's when half the house is done building. And so we celebrate that every week as if the week is a house. Ain't that nice? We Germans, we're so far ahead of everyone else. Yeah. Oh, wait, we said that 80 years ago. That didn't go too well. We try to contribute. We try to contribute as best as we can. What's up? Es ist Mittwoch, meine Kerle. Ja, genau. Thank you, Athian, for the 11 month. But Crumbs, you're the expert. I teased a little question in the chat. I had a somewhat philosophical, somewhat social related epiphany when scrolling through my YouTube shorts yesterday night in bed. So here's my bedsheet thoughts to you. Why is it a but and not two, like multiple buts? Because we say it's one but it's clearly separate. I think very, very few things on the human body are as separate as this but is. Right? Because you put one butt in a pair of jeans. The butt is the combination of the cheeks. You have two cheeks, one butt. But we also say we have two legs and not one leg. Even though they're also two. They're also separate. It's still one butt. We don't say we have one legs. Why is that so? We clearly treat the butt and the legs differently. Even though they're so close together, they're somewhat like one. You also have one lung, but it's also split. Huh. You also have a pair of legs, but you have a pair of cheeks. But then we talk about cheeks way too little. Yo, thank you, Rayman.
Hi, here my sub for Rareland 2025. Maybe I coming, but here for the prize pool.
Thank you. The prize pool is now... Wait, is that a prime? No, it's a tier 1. $3.30. Let's go. I also feel it is butt discrimination because we always talk about the combined butt. Hey, we get a nice ass over there. In singular. But we say you have nice legs. Why is that treated differently? I don't know. You gotta take the cheeks into consideration. Oh, I do that. But it is weird. Because the butt is special. I knew you'd come up with the best answer. That is obviously correct. That is so far the best explanation. Weird how that how that goes. Weird start to the stream as well, but that got you active. It's plural. Le Crestfallen, thank you very much for gifts up number 500. Holy shit, dude. The big five. The big five. Don't mind me, I just want round numbers. We're talking about asses and you want something round. Interesting. Sparrow, my lovely soul, thank you for the tier 2. Butt is short for buttocks. Is that where it comes from? But then it doesn't make a difference. It's still one. It's the buttocks. Why don't we have a combined word for 2 legs then? Alright, I have to play mini Dota with Murphy now. Enough butt talk. But you're talking to an ass and he plays like one. Go, got him. Anyway, did Remo watch the latest 4 things you should know about Warcraft with you? Because if not, we'll watch it together. By the way, I just assume he didn't. He's sometimes a little behind the curve when it comes to these videos. But you also have a single heart made of 2 chambers. That you assume that I still have a heart is fascinating. There's just a gaping hole. Obviously. Except to my dear subs, who I love very much. That's the only reason I still have an ounce of heart left. A lot of people are complaining about YouTube's new player. Are you one of these people? Now I gotta move the mouse all the time. A lot of people went wild. Oh, they changed the player again. Why are they always changing the player? I don't see any reason to complain about this. Not a single one. It's clean. It's transparent. The buttons are easily recognizable. It doesn't cover much of the video. And it's modern and keeps things fresh. I think the people who complain about the new YouTube player just like to complain. The butt-ons are totally alright. Exactly. That's what I say. Nice, chat. We're like kind of in unison today. I like that. I like that. I just queued an ad. So in 2 minutes, we're gonna watch the video. Funny Warcraft is the greatest creator in the Warcraft sphere. And he always blows our mind. And we like to be blown. Each and every one of us. Sharky, by the way, I know you're still listening because you always are. I saw that you rather want to play Counter-Strike than the Dach Inferno qualifier. Friendship with you has ended. Next time you want someone banned, look for someone else. What are we talking about? We talked about butts and legs. Now we talk about the YouTube player.
Haven't been here a while, but great to see you are still going strong. Any big tournaments on the horizon?
Well, B Cup is running. Ancient of Wonders Cup is coming. Super League is coming. I lose in the qualifier anyway. To whom? I think the only person you can lose to is Ina. You sound like a little bitch. But okay, play your Counter-Strike. Play your Counter-Strike. It's alright. And then we'll see. Buttcrops is clapping and nodding. Let's go. When the video ends, the 3 next thumbnails will overlap the timeline from clicking. Ah, just for you I play the qualifier? Okay. I reserve judgment then until the qualifier is over. So is that ad done? The ad is done. Let's check it out. 4 things you should know about Warcraft number 75. Let's go. Always epic. Oh, it's some new stuff. Oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. I saw it before. I'm not gonna spoil.
You see something.
Hold.
You know you are the best.
Thank you. Let's go, Christbaum. He's invincible, boys. He's the invincible Phoenix. You can do whatever you want. This interaction is broken. You literally cannot lose a game with the Phoenix anymore. It is so broken. So what's happening? The Mountain King has Bash and Slow, and he's attacking you, right? So you attack. And when you're close to dying, when you're close to dying, you hold, you spam, hold. Hold position. Spam. And I would say the Phoenix overinterprets the hold position because he's not only holding the physical position, he's also holding his position in like a metaphysical way, and it's not dying anymore. See, you hold, you're 1 HP, you get hit again, you're invulnerable. You are... Good question, Sharky, but can he move? Let's wait and see.
Shelado. For Quel'Thas.
Let's wait and see. You can move. You can do what you want. You can do whatever you want with the Phoenix if you hold one button. I always knew that human was a one-button race, hence the t-shirt and the hoodie. Merch.backtowarcraft.com. Humba, tetere. For example, what you can do with this. Break 1,000,000 towers. Boink, 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 boink. You remember when I said that it doesn't really matter how much HP you're losing except the last one? You can do whatever. There's nothing you can do.
Shelado.
Okay, what has he got for us now? You hold, stop, and it's the same! Stop, hold, pretty much anything. Okay, what are we doing now? Ah, when it's in a group. Okay, apparently in a group it's not working. Not universally working. But hey, 6 out of 10, not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, next experiment. Okay, we're webbed. I think we're stunned. And there we go. It could be Ensnare or Volcano.
Ye shall go. They shall burn.
But you must be disabled, huh?
Well,
Was that it? Is that only if you're stunned? Let's take a look. Which one? Okay, this one morphs into an egg. This one. Does this ever get stunned? Ah, it's hard to see. No. 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 Man, that Mountain King is unlucky. Okay, so maybe if it never was stunned, this doesn't work. If something interrupts the egg transformation, it becomes invulnerable. I think you have to be stunned like once. Because in this case... maybe. Oh, maybe... But why does he say it works with Ensnare then? I thought maybe if you get stunned and receive damage at the same time, that's what's causing it, like Bash. And also Infernal would work, and also Volcano would work. But why does he say it could be Ensnare? Ensnare, so Infernal stuns it. Ah, it could be Ensnare instead of Web, and it could be Volcano instead of Infernal. You got this, Chad. God damn, you're smart today.
they shall burn.
I see. Lol. That is so funny.
Do you require aid, human?
You require
Okay.
assistance?
Indeed, Five-Hat Chat. I'm positively surprised. And that doesn't happen much with you guys. Okay, we got 0 mana. We'll see. Brilliance Aura works in a Zeppelin. Is that it? I think so.
My patience has ended. I am the darkness.
Unholy Aura. Unholy Aura doesn't? Wait. Now I'm curious. But Then it's the natural region of the Sork. Ah, okay. If you compare... Wait, we're both set to... Okay, both are set to 0. Both are set to 0. Now we got a race, basically. Okay. And we see this is a lot faster on the ground outside of Zeppelin. Auras don't work in a Zeppelin. That's it. Auras don't work in a Zeppelin.
Patience has ended. I
Exactly.
am the darkness.
1 HP. They heal to full. I got it. Okay, auras don't work in Zeppelin. Learned.
I grow anxious to act.
Do inventory auras work? We got Unholy Aura again for HP. And we got Brilliance Aura for mana. And fast forward. We know it. They don't work either. Oh, what does work is items that aren't an aura. Like a Sobi Mask, Mana Stone, etc. But no auras. Nice that we include the boat. B2W boat. You can Stonebolt your own unit. It still does damage. Wow. Oh, haha, he slows it down as well. It doesn't disjoint. It doesn't disjoint because with Charm, it doesn't create a new unit. It changes the ownership of the unit. But the unit is still the unit. Unlike, for example, when an alchemist turns into Chemical Rage. Or if you blink with the Warden. Or if it's Metamorph Ultimate and stuff. Anything that disjoints Stonebolt. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Looks like almost everything works, huh? Except Life Drain and Siphon. That doesn't work. Probably because the spell has a different interaction if it's an enemy or if it's a friend. So Life Drain obviously takes your HP if it's an enemy, but gives you HP when it's a friend. And since the ownership is changed, the spell will change.
Justify the means.
Interesting. Wait. Script 1. Radar and Snare Hippogriff wait. Charm Hippogriff. Script 2. Radar and Snare Hippogriff wait 1. Oh, so the difference is the time. Huh. Wait, you...
Justify the means.
If you cast it fast, End Snare breaks. If you don't cast it fast, End Snare doesn't break? The other way around. The other way around. If you cast it a bit slower, End Snare breaks. Bro, things get super complicated. Bro doing rocket science here. Warden, Shadow Strike Fiend, Alchemist, Acid Bomb Fiend, wait, then Charm. Okay, once again, the difference is time. So, if you cast it super quick, it doesn't dispel. If you take a little time, it does dispel. That's some crazy shit again, man. That is some crazy shit. What the... What? What are we trying to do here? This does it have to do with, like, if they can pass?
You called.
Huh? They are not going through the farms even though they could if they're in a group.
You called.
Same here.
You call.
If the DK who has a bigger collision... If the DK who has a bigger collision is not part of the group, they can squeeze through the little holes between the farms. But if the DK who has a bigger collision is part of the group, then the entire group gets sent to the right-hand side.
Darkness.
So, pathfinding of a group is always determined by the biggest collision size. Now that's crazy. I didn't know that.
My patience has ended. You call. My vengeance is yours.
And it works through the fog of war? There are 4,320 trees on Knollwood. I want to remind everybody that the video is called 4 Things You Should Know About Warcraft. 4,320 trees. Okay, take notes, everybody. What a nice, idyllic view that was. What in the fuck? Does staff save you from? No, does... I think I don't understand. I think, will the effect continue after the Staff of Sanctuary? So poison, yes. That's a bit too much. All buff debuffs disappear. I didn't know that. Okay, it does work if you're Staff of Sanctuary. Red side is will be removed and interrupted. Takes a while, eh? What? Okay, Siege, classic.
Justify the means! Justify the means!
The very rare bug. During flight, the troll bat rider cannot be controlled by the player and does not appear on the minimap. Control of the unit is restored once bat rider reaches the target's location, but the explosion never occurs. I wasn't able to reproduce this issue. Oh my god. If Funny Warcraft can't do it, nobody can do it. So wait. I see. Check the Chimera. Check the Chimera. The bat is coming. We target the Chimera with unstable concoction. Staff. Wait, now. Staff. And here we go. Meow. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna get ya. No, he didn't get it. And then the unstable concoction is disjointed, but he still gets there without exploding. Wow. Wow. Okay, set 1 hit point for every hero and provide Mask of Death for lifesteal. Phil Kane, thank you for watching for the 5th time. What exactly am I supposed to see here? That you can attack air? Because it's only ground heroes? But Mask of Death makes it so you can attack air? Yeah, that's gotta be it. It works like an orb. It works like an orb, and you can attack air. That's it. Big brain. Those not attacking. Oh, that's passive HP regen. No? What do you mean? Opposite. They all opposite. It's not like an orb. Small brain. These are the melee heroes. They can't attack air. Mask of Death is on all heroes. So it doesn't act like an orb. It doesn't. It's not twice the same and one gets the mask and the other doesn't. Everybody gets the mask and then it is not like an orb effect. Isn't that obvious? No. No. Okay, Mr. I know everything. Want to challenge me to a trivia quiz, Mr. The Crestfallen? So what the hell? Far side. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Cooldown is the same. Duration is the same. Area of effect is in. And it's free. That's a lot of scouting. Look at that. That's like almost 1/3 of Equals. You better offer at least a nice candlelight dinner at a fancy restaurant if I win. Bro, you get a bratwurst at the main station. That's what I can offer. That's what I can offer. That's a lot of scouting, Jesus. But also only 8 seconds. Oh, am I?
Make it fast.
We have different tree abilities in Warcraft. And only on one map. These... Wait, it's not only... What? It's not only that this type of tree has this ability. It's only the 3 trees. These 3 trees have an indestructible status. I've only seen something like that on one map, Thunder Lake LV. Can they be harvested then though? Doesn't work. It's not a tree. You know what it is? I know what it is. Shit. We got a crossover, everybody. Ta-da! Solved. That's what it really is. Funny Warcraft, next time, call me. I got the answers. I got the irrefutable, obvious answers. That's nuts. Can you harvest from it? No. No, you can't. Can't do anything with it. But, like, as a map maker, how? I mean, you're on the map, in the editor, you select tree, you do you get a bunch of trees, and then you decide, let's take a do that. Do that. Do that. Why? How? Were they converted wrongly? Odd. Fascinating video. Fascinating video as always. Lol. Phoenix Imba. Nix Imba. Love that you still find new things that blow my mind. So what do the comments say? Is there any explanation? In hindsight, it's really funny they gave the Phoenix both spell immunity and resistance skin. I guess it's for passives, etc. Since resistance skin just gives the hero version of the duration of debuffs instead of the unit version. But spell immunity on top is overkill. I've always covered 4 topics in this video series, but there are more this time since it's the anniversary edition. Turns out there are quite a few things that you should know about Warcraft. Crazy. We'll have to wait for Back to Work to explain all this to me. Fox Redcap, you're welcome. What exactly made the Phoenix invincible? The Phoenix has an automatically activated morph ability that activates whenever the health reaches 0. By spamming the stop and hold position, it somehow overrides the morph command, leaving it in a constant state of morphing. I think it's dependent on Bash in some way. He attacked Phoenix and MK because of the Bash, and then proceeded to show the bug with Infernal, which gives him Bash. Therefore, Bash ruins the Phoenix rebirth cycle, and he basically becomes immortal. How does he figure all this out? How? I don't know. This guy is a magician, and I hope he never stops creating content. Amazing. Amazing. We should definitely come up with a rule that prevents this. In tournaments. To like abuse that. Okay, legit question. If something like this happened in an official tournament and an unlucky bash makes the Phoenix immortal, he proceeds to destroy the enemy forces, what would happen to this game? That has somewhat happened before. Maybe we didn't upload it. Infi used the trick. I'm offline? Bro, YouTube, are you kidding me? It wasn't at WCG. It was for sure WGL. Or GCS. Maybe we didn't upload it. Infi used a trick. Oh! Lol, you don't even see what I see. It's not that game. It was the Twisted game. So as far as I remember this game, Infi used a trick so that he doesn't have to pay extra resources during power build. But if I remember correctly, that was used at an expo. What happened again?
Does he give Infi? The tier 3 tech is going to take some time. The bear tech is going to take a little time.
There we go. He is constructing the town hall. He started with one, then the others start in unison. And I gotta look at Infi's resources now, if that costs extra or not.
And of course the vamp aura doesn't help the huntress as they are ranged attack. Only the demon hunter gets some HP back. When
Oh, it was another buff where power build. Oh, there was a Nettie's buff. There was a Nettie's buff where it's actually the opposite. It's not that you construct in a rhythm and don't pay extra income. It's that power build gets interrupted all the time.
Infi calling for a timeout. Oh, he has the mass build bug.
He has the mass build bug. You hear that?
First time on 1.29
Yeah,
for us at least.
Look at Mr. Remo Ryman.
Didn't see it as well. This is a little unfortunate. For those of you who don't know, sometimes it happens in Warcraft 3 that you can't power build your buildings as a human, then only one peasant is able to build that, which of course takes a lot more time and is pretty big disadvantage for the human player.
It's extremely rare, extremely unlikely. It's kind of like a shiny Pokemon.
Yeah, indeed.
The negative.
And then the game was restarted. So if that happened, the game was just simply restarted. If I remember correctly. Yep. Yep.
Switching it up from Mass Huntress to Archers, or just play the same stuff again. In the bottom right, from China, one of the favorites.
Good old WGL days, boys. I would say the game would be restarted, yes. But this was also a lot earlier in the game than a level 6 Phoenix would be, so I don't know. Mamma mia. It's, we're discussing a lot of stuff here. Yeah, I think it would be a case by case kind of thing. And I just realized I didn't link anybody to the Dach Inferno qualifiers that are happening. Do I still have exclamation mark Inferno? No, gotta do that. Inferno. Dach Inferno returns. Sign up for qualifiers now. Mr. Buttcrumbs with the gifts up to Arschaffenkrampf. Right on. Right on. I am very pleased how you progress in your interest to the German culture. Yep, you're making good progress, my dude. You're making good progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I see a Cars game on the ladder, and I would like to welcome you to Cars, one of the greatest players we got on the ladder. He is playing random, and we'll see what he does. Why you laugh? It's like butt monkey cramp. I'll learn German butt by butt. Close. Because it makes no sense, but it's kind of funny, and it's coming from Buttcrumbs, and Buttcrumbs and I do share humor. And if a guy from Texas who owns like 15 swords, but not one cowboy hat, comes up with the German word of Arschaffenkrampf. By the way, Buttcrumbs, oh, I don't know if you know, but there is a German city called Arschaffenburg. So it's basically Butt Monkey Castle. Somewhat. It's a pretty city. It's a very small but pretty city. So, if you ever want to travel to Germany, Mr. Buttcrumbs, maybe Ass Monkey Castle is for you. More or less. Come on, it is more or less. Oh no, they got a mirror match. Come on, you hair splitters. It's close enough for a Texan to be amused. We got a lot of funny city names. That is correct. Very, very close to where I grew up, we had a little village called America. And the neighbor village of America was Russia. I grew up in an interesting environment, I gotta say, during the Cold War. Colors are wrong. There we go. Okay, I don't know if I've seen Cosplay Orc. We'll see. We'll see. Hello, Ivy. It is, as always, a pleasure to see you. You gotta give it up to the homies, though, who funded these cities. Like, Jerk Off Village. Or Ass Monkeyburg. Or, you know, America or Russia. It's like, oh, let's troll today. You know, this village, this city will live on for hundreds and hundreds of years, but we feel funny today. We feel funny today.
Forces are under attack.
Well, well. Rub one out, down. True. It is Rub One Out Town. And apparently, it is a very international thing to call a village or a city like fuck or fucking or fucke. A lot of people seem to have similar humor. There's a package with Finnish food on the way. Let's go, dude. Pios, I was wondering already why you pinned that specific message in our Discord. I am very pleased. This might arrive before the weekend. Let's go. Pios, you're a gem. Pios always sends me snacks. I was tired of looking for your address all the time. It's so far up. There's a search function in Discord, Piers. Is it the hyper smell of rotten fish? Surströmming is Swedish. I'm very curious. I think I've never been exposed to anything Finnish, really. One of my favorite bands when I grew up was him, so that, if that counts, but nothing like food or drinks or whatever. They renamed the subways in my area to alphabetical names. They skipped the D line. Did they keep the P line? It's very important to have a good spot at the P line. As a person who went to like hundreds of festivals, I can tell you. I wonder how crazy cars can get with Orc. Blade Master mirror image, kinda regular. I had reindeer bacon on a burger. Dude, how can you grow up with like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and then put a reindeer on your burger, dude? You got so many presents just because of Rudy. Has Carl's been playing all this time, or did he recently start again? Yeah, I think he returned recently. You guys are monsters. Farseer Firelord. How can you grow up with 3 little piggies and eat pork? Who says I eat pork? Also, Schweinchen Babe. But to be fair, 3 little piggies, super annoying. I always rooted for the wolf. The piggies are super mega dumb, especially the second one. Like, he got taught a lesson already, he still didn't learn. Let's be fair, the piggies deserve it in that story. Except the last one, of course. To me, it's like play stupid games, win stupid prizes! Like Castle's Blade Master, he also won a stupid prize. If he could get a kill with the Blade Master illusion, that would be hilarious. Mostly vegan too, but kind of want to try it. I get that, man. I tried crocodile and ostrich because of that. It is interesting to try new food. Both very bland, by the way. Absolutely not worth it. Nah, boring. But sometimes it's okay to try something and figure out that it's not worth it. You know, it's still an experience. Even though you get disappointed. That's a psycho explanation that he did it to teach somebody a lesson. Well, I'm not saying the wolf necessarily did that to teach someone a lesson. But the pigs could have been smarter. The second one. or listen to the smartest pick. That's the lesson you're learning from this, right? Listen to smart people around you and do it right. Even though I kinda disagree, you don't have to do things right the first time. So I actually don't know if that's a good lesson. Except if it's about magical wolves with, like, breath of power. This is a funny orc mirror that goes back and forth. Despite the hero loss, Kaz is just back. And this Blade Master is looking good. Now, can he deal with the lava spawns is a bit of a question, because outside the heroes, he doesn't have much anymore. And his opponent is at Torren. Kaz is basically playing with his heroes only. Okay, Kaz can not do that with the counter push. The towers were like one tech too late, unfortunately. Less crazy than I thought. Less crazy than I thought. Later tonight, by the way, we have the finals of the Warhammer tournament that we casted last week already. We had the somewhat semifinal. And it was funny. And now we'll see what the finals hold for us today at like 8:30. So in an hour. Should send that radio to you. Coming to Munich for Witcher 3 concert. Bring it there and ship it. That's... I don't know. That's very nice of you. I don't know if I want to eat reindeer that's been with the German mail for somewhat days. My mom is a very lovely person. And we're living like 300 kilometers apart or whatever. And one day she thought, I'm gonna send the kid a cake for his birthday. My birthday's in July. And cake is a cake. You know cakes. So unfortunately, I wasn't around when the postman rang. And unfortunately, my birthday was on a Friday or a Saturday. So the postman brought it to like the house where leftover packages get stored for over the weekend, and then I should have collected it Monday. I collected it Monday. But guess what? That package was not in an air-conditioned room or in a freezing room or whatever. That smell of that cake was so disgusting. I'll never, ever, ever, ever forget it. She meant so well. It was a nice idea. It was a nice idea. Next time, mommy, next time. Alrighty, seems like Cash took a bit of a break. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. I'm fine. I'm fine. I had cake after. It's good. It's all good. I see a Soima versus Death Note game that I'd like to see. Man, Death Note unfortunately eliminated earlier today in B Cup. I was rooting for him. But can't have it all. Reindeer tastes a lot like deer, so it doesn't pay off if you tried that already. Who would have thought? Does it taste a bit like rain too? So, you know that feeling when you want to ban yourself sometimes? Just hammer. Doink, 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 doink. I should. Sometimes I should. We had a YouTube comment about that recently. Where was that? How do I find this? Sort by newest. Control F. Humor. Nope, not yet. Load again. Nope. I like the channel, usually. This humor is absolutely terrible. It's why did I fucking waste my time on this level? Okay, bro. You mad. You mad. Bro woke up on a Sunday morning and decided that's how he wants to spend his time. Okay. It's alright. It's alright. Well, let's see if Death Note stomached his loss earlier. It was a very close series. It was a 3-2 eventually. I didn't see the games. Did you guys see the games? Was it close? Death Note, man. One map away from W3Champions Grand Final. One map away from the next round of B Cup. I really hope he takes that as a motivation. Because he has more to give. Oh, idle. Soima will be relieved to the max to not be exposed to a Dark Ranger. Death Note, I guess he sees the Alta heroes as like the honorable thing to do. And Soima has voiced his concerns about the Dark Ranger Firelord playstyle many times. Oh, Archmage with big mana potion as well. Nice! Demon Hunter still gets level 2, but not too many kills. Might get 2 peasants here. If not for, like, any crazy micro acrobatics. But we tech. And should be on the way to Dryad's Bears. Will Death Note expand with the lab creep? Probably not. We only see 3 farms. That would be incredibly greedy to go for that now. Immolation doing its job though. Pew pew pew. No tome. Yep. Okay, Claws, big mana potion, nice. Tech running, but surely a bit later. And Soima? Soima legit played Demon Hunter only so far. P2W no tome, I like. Thinking about my ex is one thing, but not picking up that tome. So Renzi, as long as you don't get left by the wayside like this tome was, things will be fine. Things will be fine. Just put in a Tinder profile that you're a Back to Warcraft fan and sub for many months. You can exaggerate a little bit for more aura. Guaranteed million dates. Since this was such a fragile early game by Soima, Death Note trying to harass this a little bit. And oh my god. Yeah, that Hunter's Hall, eh? Had a little wind to sleep. Pretty uneventful, except the fact that Archmage is level 3 already. Totally fine with that. Doesn't have to creep. Soima would love to get higher levels at this point. Death Note is flexing a little bit. I like it, I like it, I like it. And healing at the same time. Good multitasking. Soima wasn't moving. By the way, how infuriating. How infuriating that Happy Cow series was again. I was actually happy that I didn't cast this. I would have gotten an aneurysm. Kali! Saw your interview. Wonderful. Sparty! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you get a little bit in the face on ladder? Or were you successful? Was your internet stable? Is everything alright? Short stream. Hopefully everything is alright. Much love, Sparta. We discussed bots, the latest funny Warcraft video, funny city names, exotic food like reindeer, and casted exactly one game in 1 hour. Internet sucks balls. But you sent them this nice feedback survey thing. With the psychology and all. That's a damn shame. Do they know that you're the greatest German caster? Did you put that in your survey? It's gotta help. I wonder if a technician comes to your house and fixes it. If you will respond to him with Danke, Danke, Danke. That'd be funny. Apparently, I was very, very, very lucky with my ISP technician who fixed everything and double-checked everything. Told the story before. Dude, Slash has internet problems. You will not believe it. Slash won't be online until like April next year. Your brother-in-law, exactly. Bro, Slash is without internet for like 3 months and they will add more. That's so sick. But I guess you're not a person who finds pleasure in the misery of others, so maybe that doesn't help. But hey, as we say in German, geteiltes Leid ist halbes Leid, wa? I would say Soima is a bit butted. Level 2 Demon Hunter is really not that good. Naga level 3 though is amazing, and maybe that's enough. Thanks to the amazing combo of Reju and whatever. Mountain King. Whoa, he's just begging to be back. Rip, 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 rip. Mountain King is very small. Sometimes you lose control. Naga also rip. 9999999. What the hell is going on? And now maybe Demon Hunter can run the show. It's only 40 food, -6. It's only 34 food. Soima wins this. Oh my god! We might need a new redo. If he's so... There's no mana anymore. Archmage is also back though. The power of Tavern Revives in Warcraft 3, everybody. It's magical. And all of a sudden, Death Note is in full control again. But there was surely potential. Bears and Demon Hunter is a good combo. Soima, no way. He got bashed. And that's enough. Got. That was a funny game. That probably wasn't perfect. Oh, wait, we gotta get rid of that blue right there. There we go. That was probably not a perfect game by any means, but surely a nice back and forth. I'd say both play better, can play better, but for a little bit of a cheeky Wednesday evening, why not? Why not? Oh, Kaz is back. Kaz is back. I'm gonna give you another Kaz game. He probably just took a little bit of a break. Now he's back. Against Just Do It, Please. I might remember that was a Smurf. No, Just Do It, Please is indeed Just Do It, Please. Okay, we'll unlock in 80 seconds. I'm blue, da-ba-dee, da-ba-die, da-ba-dee, da-ba-die, da-ba-dee, da-ba-die. That was my first album I bought with my own money. Just Do It is a legend. Okay, sorry. But to be fair to me, there is a player called Just Do It, and his real name is Scoffer. And in my rotten brain, these two always somewhat mix up. I apologize. I believe the first album was either Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park, or the Dragon Ball German music CD. That's strong. I really hope for you, for like quality of the art that you purchased, it was the Dragon Ball one. It's gotta be. Linkin Park live in Texas? Nice. Not a huge Linkin Park fan, but that rocked. Man. I'll come across like a big unk. But kids today won't have that discussion. Kids today won't know how it is that music is limited. Never, ever, ever. You know, it's okay to be an unk. Embrace it. It's been 25 years. Yes. Yes, yes. Second album was him. Yo, Izzy, what is up? Alrighty, let's see what Cars is randoming this time. And what he got for us. Remember when it took 15 minutes to download a single MP3? Yeah, these goddamn Apple servers, right? When we paid for the music. Always. We paid for the music at iTunes. Cars again with Orc. Man, he's a bit unlucky today. I didn't pay, I used LimeWire. I used LimeWire to try and download wrestling clips. Turns out, wasn't necessarily the wrestling that I was looking for. But you can say that bodies got slammed in the videos I got as well. So eventually, I got what I wanted. Somehow. You know it. You've all been there. You've all been there. You mean, oh, exactly. Imagine my face after an hour of waiting for that download to finish that 10-second video clip. It wasn't Cactus Jack falling off a scaffold. No, 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 no. Sometimes you don't find the videos, but the videos find you, you know? Isn't it fantastic how life works sometimes? Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Bro, you remember that was 1000% an erotic cartoon that plagued LimeWire at the time. 1,000,000%. I remember that now that you said it. It was blocked off of my mind and my memory because it's been like almost, what, 25 years? But I know exactly what you mean. Glorious days. So Kaz in the past has been quite a fan of Cryptlord. Now he's playing against the Cryptlord and Just Do It from Czechia. Tried to surround here. Didn't work. Nicely moving away from that Kaz. Appreciated. And he takes the mammoth. Goddamn, Kaz just got it, man. Kaz just got it. I unfortunately lost a bit track of his ladder action. After 2 of his games got immense clicks on YouTube. But maybe this is one of these wonderful ones. Always chip damage, chip damage, chip damage. Farseer is standing a little bit too long for my taste. But yeah, stressy situation. Just Do It. Seems like he got his very own styles, like roundabout 2K maybe? What's the MMR? Pretty much exactly 2K. And there, you know, stuff just works. Different stuff just works than on the very pro scene like this. Well, that, to be fair, also works on the pro scene, but Crypt Lord ghouls into Expo into Fiends, for example, can work on the lower levels. And that's what makes these lower levels so exciting. It's just a different game than the pro games. You should watch more lower level Warcraft, everybody. For example, you can be living on the west coast of the US and decide at some point it's time to play a Blade Master 2nd double torrent totem. And nobody is gonna question you for it. Especially when you're cast. So I'm curious what he's cooking up. Speaking about rotten brains earlier. Your game is always meta. Izzy, at this point, I'm sure you bribe W3Champions admins with crates of beer that you are back at 1400. That is impossible to me. It can't be that this bit of Kreisliga made you so good.
Player's forces are under attack.
I'm totally a Warcraft 3 admin. Please bribe me with beer. Yeah, I'm also the Nigerian prince. You're jealous? You know, I've been in the garden today. Gardening stuff. That's what you do in the garden, right? I thought if I should start the journey to 1500. Just out of spite. And then I thought, nah, that's gonna be mental. Okay, got the Expo one. Sacrificed his 0 XP Blade Master for it.
A player's forces are under attack.
I'd probably still own you. As if I owned you before. So far, it's been rather one-sided. Cast playing heroes only. Harassing. Just do it, please. Didn't leave his side of the map. Was just making sure that his expansion at some point works. And Cast thought, you know what? You didn't tech. I can just expand with a tiny. He's 2 techs ahead.
A player's forces are under attack.
Well, to be fair, my garden kind of looks like an entangled gold mine, so there's not much to be jealous of. Okay, now shoes on the other foot. And just do it. Got him in a surround again. Whoa, that was sweet. And at the worst possible time, Kaz is leveling up. And so the level 2 Farseer dies. I don't see that bright of a future for this situation, to be honest, for Cars. It was an unlucky timing, but it's still a massive supply lead. Like, tech has only started now. Depends a bit. Oh, no, baby. Ah, no, why? He didn't pull the TP. Oh, I was about to say, depends a bit on how long he can stay here and how many new beetles he can summon, because mana of the walkers was low. But all of a sudden he's dead. And now the towers are up. And oh no, oh what a disaster. Oh mamma mia, what a gift for Kaz. What a gift. Oh, it still says W3Champions finals. Well, that's obviously not the case.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, we get Quad Crypt. Is he playing just ghouls or is he going into Gargs? Because Kaz has no bestiary, right? How long does it take a Garg to kill a Tauren? I don't know, but they'll show me. I think ghouls, if you take a fight, will get destroyed. But we are getting range upgrades. So ghouls seem a bit No! He left the game! Oh, maybe real life coming up here. Shitty McShitface, dude. Oh, sad. Maybe phone call, door. Food is ready. Something. Oh, that's unfortunate. I want to see the end of the game. I know, man. I know. I know. Follow cast, please. Yeah, we got like half an hour till our Warhammer final start. If there's a good cast game, of course I'm gonna follow. Oh, yeah, I disabled sound. True. It's been some time since we played a show match and it's getting darker and colder. I might need like a week to get in a bit of shape again because I haven't been playing much. All my gaming time was consumed by Final Fantasy X, and I'm still of the opinion that it's not worth it. Overhyped. FF10, overhyped, unfortunately. We could go Soima versus Cash. Cash is always super exciting to me personally. Because Soima seems to be Kaz seems to be searching for a game. I think that's what we're doing. Soima versus Cash sounds good. Ken sucks, 7-8 way better. But Crumbs, you know, sometimes it's scary how similar we are. I never played 9, so I can't comment on 9. And 6 also goated. Pew! Summer vs. Cash, let's go! Dude, I casted 2 Cash games now, and I start to call Cash. Mamma mia. That's the right overlay. Play 9, it's great. To be honest, now that I wasted a lot of hours into Final Fantasy X, I don't feel like playing another Final Fantasy at the moment. I think that arc for now has to stop. But I don't know what to game next. I've yet to play Expedition 33, but it's still $50. Me idiot missed the Mass Effect launch sale. I don't mind people arguing about 7, 8, 9, 10 as long as we agree 15 is shit. I don't even know what 15 is, dude. I don't even know.
player's forces are under attack.
Maybe it's time to dust off the old Chrono Trigger once again. It's been some time. It's been some time. '15 is the only game I ever played that I actively hate. Everybody hates me when I'm saying FFX is overrated. Brother Kali, we all hate Final Fantasy X here. You're among homies. We all my homies hate Final Fantasy X.
A player's forces are under attack.
So I was a bit sad to see Cash not qualifying for W3Champions finals due to lack of games. Then I saw he's a bit more active on KK. So it's good that he still plays one-on-one and keeps in shape. This should be pretty even. Little advantage for Cash, maybe. Dude, for Caster, the fact that we have Cast and Cash blows my mind. I don't mind 10, I do mind the weird stuff that came afterwards. 14 is quite nice. And I personally say, while 13 isn't good, 13 is better than people make it out to be. Hot take. Oh, things get sweaty here. Demon Hunter chasing Grunt. Blade Master actually letting go of that archer but draining quite some moon juice. But sweet saves with great body blocks. Cash still got it, man. I want to travel the world with Cash again. That was fun times. Hallo, Spaßbremse. Holy, I didn't even see that. Baradoon, €2. Neo, do you like kimchi? Don't you think it's one of the best foods ever?
Forces are under attack.
I have neither positive nor negative feelings towards kimchi. I don't get hard thinking about it, but if it's on the table, I'll take a bite. But if you enjoy it, do it yourself and drown yourself in kimchi. I think it's pretty healthy. Oh, we get Glaive versus Legic. Maybe we cast that. Depending on how long Soima and Cash play. If we get a community match, let's go. If they're not gaming for like 20 minutes. Is this some tournament or regular ladder? Gotta see what the Euro Elite is cooking. Yo, Legends, what's up, man? Interesting how fast Cash is switching to Headhunters. Did he even build a bestiary? Yes, he did.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, Cash surely has a little bit of his own mind. A Headhunter, I think, is never wrong to have. Just for creep speed. Little bit of damage type variety. And you got that building already.
At Back to Warcraft, I once visited a very specific restaurant. Korean-Italian mixed cuisine restaurant.
What?
Half of the menu are variations of the kimchi dishes inspired by both Korean and Italian cuisine.
Eyes were inspired. Wow, that sounds crazy. That sounds interesting. Love me Italian. Love me Korean barbecue at least. Whee! Blade comes in again. Can he get one kill? Yup. And saves the archer. Not too bad of a TP after having 3 consumables in his inventory. Blade is stacking up. Thank you, All Tower, by the way, for the biddies. I'm not too experienced with Fusion Kitchen, to be fair. The only fusion I do in my kitchen is mayonnaise with sriracha. That's the Neo Fusion. So Soima is hoping that Cash doesn't see this AP, and you know what? This might actually work.
A player's forces are under attack.
Dude, that's an easy cancel, I think. My forgotten cologne in northern Germany. Sriracha mayo is amazing. I have sriracha mayo in my fridge. I am not a huge fan of the sriracha mayo. I'm a fan of mixing regular mayo with regular sriracha. A million times better. But I also have sriracha mayo in my fridge. I needed to try. But Kali, aren't we all brothers?
A player's forces are
Somehow.
under attack.
I'm a weird fucker though. I like to... I don't even know what it's called. Like what's the topic for mayo, ketchup, mustard, and stuff like that? Anyway, I also love to mix remoulade and mustard. Goated! I also like to mix beer with lemonade. That is also true.
A player's
Condiments.
forces are under attack.
Which remoulade? You know what? I'm a basic motherfucker. The remoulade by Aldi is the best. Outside of the Danish one. In general, when it's about Danish remoulade, the more yellow the better. When it comes to regular supermarket mayonnaise, nothing tops Aldi. Not even close.
A player's forces are under attack.
Ooh, let's watch this Cash attack. 2 Moonwells down already. He's leaning into that Lama style a little bit, right? If the Kodo doesn't die, and I don't think it will. Oh, super good attack. Super good attack by Cash. So, Pius, here's what I do. I got both, of course. I got the German one, I got the Danish one, I got them both. For like... So instead of like butter, I use remoulade and mustard and stuff as side of a butter replacement. For that, German remoulade. For stuff like fish, hot dogs, potato, etc., Danish remoulade. The thing is, I don't like to get groceries from Aldi. It's always chaotic there. The only reason I go to Aldi is the Remulade. Aldi looks and smells like it's been a slaughterhouse before. Hate it there as well. Aldi has great vegan salami substitutes. I tried a lot of vegan salami substitutes and they all sucked. Pios, I'll try that. Tomorrow, well, no, maybe not tomorrow. I'll go to Aldi this week. Cash is at it again. We did this before and it worked. Let's do it again. Demon Hunter is turning into quite a beast though, because Soima is creeping the entire map. Again, that Raider. Couple of HP only. It's the best I've tried so far. I'll give it a shot. Back to tasting, the cooking show. Yeah, I don't think I'm picky. I do think I have a rather specific taste, though. Which has very little to do with quality. Or any sort of social norms. Well, let's take a look at this fight, because Soima is, I think, in fighting shape. These two attacks towards his base were probably not enough to slow him down if a Demon Hunter looks like that. Keeper also, big heal pod, invo pod. We got a health stone on the Demon Hunter. How are you supposed to deal with the heroes? Cash, run with your frog feet. He dead, isn't he? No, he not. And Orc army still standing. Still the problem. A level 5 Demon Hunter is round about 30 food. And can solo this. Because he's damn strong. And after all that fighting with a lot of Spirit Link, this army is super weak. This army also has 0 damage. Wanted to warn you that Saturday is public holiday. We got Saturday off as well. It's Reformation Day. We had so little holidays in our part of Germany that we had to come up with something that we wanted to celebrate like a couple of years ago. And that's Reformation Day. But I'll be casting, so... Ooh, I'm working anyway. There was a lot of losses for Cash here, unfortunately. I really got no clue how he wants to fight back. He's 2 levels down. He's 15 food down. Can't believe I moved to a region where they have even less holidays than Lower Saxony. Yep, rip. You are celebrating the reason you don't get a lot of holidays. True. Big true. Yeah, to be fair, I don't really... Like, we get a new national holiday for our region in, like, 2022 or something. Why does it have to be about church stuff again? Call it, like, Day of the People or something. Dude, I think Soima is just gonna eat him alive. These poor raiders, these poor grunts, they are not having a good time, and he did eat him indeed alive. DJ Bache, thank you for the 37. Here in Bavaria, it feels like every third Thursday is a holiday because Jesus did some random shit. Yeah, you Bavarians are crazy, man. Oh my god, he got his shoes on right this time. Boom, national holiday. Oh my god, he didn't forget his umbrella. Boom, national holiday for Bavaria. Fuck you, Bavaria. You. Reformation Day is the Luther nailing the 99 Theses on the door of the church day. True. So with Reformation Day and with Good Friday at Eastern, we got 2 days where we celebrate that someone nailed something onto something. Sheik will be ready in 15. Nice. Yeah, we Germans, man. We like to celebrate a good old nailing. Verdi Dark Ranger is nasty. Josh, that is absolutely true. Someone was asking, what is Remulate? That's actually a very good question, dude. I have no idea what's actually in there. It's like mayonnaise with stuff. Three if you count me nailing your mom. Let's go. It's like, it looks like this. And you can eat it with everything, basically. It's really nice. Then there's also Danish mayonnaise, which is for some reason yellow. It doesn't look like it's very natural, but it's so freaking good. That's Remulate, everybody. I found vegan mayonnaise that I like better than the real one. Big true, Luca. Big true. What's it called? Can I find it? Hellman. The Hellman one is fantastic. The Heinz one, Hellman, very good. Hello, Taker. I hope you had a wonderful Shadowhunter Pitlord day, my friend. We'll be playing the we're not playing. We'll be watching the Warhammer finals in 10 minutes. So I don't think it's worth starting another game because then we will not be in time. Nightmare, I assume, since you're in chat already, you will be ready to cast as well. Mr. Dekur. Take out Raraland, May. I mean, May is probably a busy time for you. But May. In case you haven't heard. That's the current plan. If things don't go crazy. What day exactly? It's not 1,000,000% sure. Like middle. Middle of May is the plan. And Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then I want to dance with you, Taker. I want to dance like our favorite hero is dancing. With music, of course, as well. So hypnotizing. Mamma mia. Can't stop staring at it. He's gorgeous. Every move he makes. Where? Netherlands. Netherlands. It's just the best, man. You know, sometimes AI brings a lot of joy. I just tuned in. What is this? That's Sexy Pitlord, dude. There's so many good songs you can put on this. Cisco's song. Pussycat Dolls. Like every song, basically. I hate how unspecific Netherlands is. Bro! You can cross Netherlands in 1 hour. It's not that big a deal. You go to Amsterdam, you take a train, in 20 minutes you're everywhere. It doesn't make a difference where in the Netherlands we are. South, east, west, north, it's all the same. They just have like the middle. That looks like Daddy Spyro. Kind of forgot about him. Someone has the link to the GIF? Of course, man. You need tissues, lube, anything? Shop.backtowarcraft.com. There it is. It should work. It's on Reddit. Is Grubby coming? You can probably walk to the location. Actually, I got zero clue where Grubby is living. It could probably be the case that Dortmund is closer than the venue, than Eindhoven. Here you go, Pius. Eindhoven. He lives in the Netherlands. That is correct. But if he's... It depends on where. As we established, it must be close. What is... Wait. How big are the... How long does it take to cross the Netherlands? Wait. 3 to 5 hours. So if he's living super far away from Eindhoven, it could be 5 hours. Then there's definitely places where Dortmund is closer. You're saying you don't go over to Grubby's house every Sunday for dinner to chat about Warcraft? I got a cast. He invites me every week. I gotta say, no, Manu. As I said many times, Sunday is casting day. Grubby doxed on Back to Warcraft. I literally said, I don't know where it is. Where he is. Also, I don't think that it's a problem of distance, but rather of time. You know, when you're Grubby, you just step into your helicopter and you go wherever you want in like an hour. Of course, he's on the VIP guest list. If everything, it's all the big if, right? We are very, very, very confident, but you never know what happens in the world. Could all just go to shit next week. Who knows? So, Pios, is Eindhoven good for you? Or should we change the city? Pato was already complaining. Neo, move it! Move it 2 weeks! Okay, Pato. For you, I'll move it. It's my fault that I didn't ask Pato before what day it should be on. Like, how could I? How could I not? I made the perfect solution for Pato. Yeah, Izzy said something. What did Izzy say again? Just quit your job. You can clean my house. I will pay in beer. That was Izzy's plan. Okay, dude. It is a good plan. It's a fantastic plan. Actually, Izzy, I would think that your house is pretty clean from the way you come across. I could be totally wrong. If I get vacation for Rara, bring some Swiss snacks. What does Switzerland have? I mean, Toblerone, of course. Could be some nasty cheese. We could have a cheese battle of you bringing Swiss cheese versus the Dutch cheese. You can bring fondue, of course. We will see. We will see. We will see. You can, of course, bring me a Rolex. I will not complain. Like, it doesn't have to be food every time, Pius. You could also bring a Rolex. That is fine with me. I'm not necessarily a person who wears watches, but for that I'd make I make I change it up. Right? Ivy is agreeing too. So we're already 2 against 1. Dude, that's the only thing I know about Switzerland, to be fair. Cheese, fondue, which is kind of the same. Mountains, watches. No tax? Or is that true? At least they're somewhat safe of like persecution and stuff. Knives, correct. I have zero use for an army knife though. Wait, what else? What is Switzerland known for? Tell me. Here we go. Ah, shoki. True. I'm more of a spicy guy though. I'm a salty, spicy guy. I wouldn't say no to chocolate, of course. Oh yeah, chocolate, dude. I mean, I mentioned Toblerone. How could I say no? What else? Mountains, lakes. That will be hard to bring in a plane. Efficient public transport. Lol, when you cross the border. Science and innovation. Oh yeah, they got this thing where they speed things up mega uber fast, and then there will be a black hole at some point and humanity goes down. CERN? CERN! It's called CERN. Exactly, chat. Why would a guy from Hamburg know what an LHC is? I have no idea what an LHC is. Oh, it's the line above Large Hadron Collider. Okay. Whatever a hadron is. Many used to have assault rifles at home. Yeah, but please don't bring any guns to Rara. That'd be nice. Hadron is basically normal matter. Ah, okay. I just don't know the English word. Oh, it's the same word in German. Okay. This is like a part of science where I check out. You know, I kind of understand electrons, neutrons, protons, and everything below that is non-existent for me. That's okay. This is what I understand. Everything below, everything that goes more micro than that, magic to me. You can't try to explain it. I wouldn't. I tried. I gave up at some point when someone wanted to explain Higgs boson to me. I gave up. I realize this is my limit. And then it's magic. Just like in the good old days. If you can't explain something, it's magic. And that's what I'm here for. Okay, we are waiting for the game to start for our Warhammer tournament. I'll go into the chat with Nightmare and look up the bracket so we know what we're talking about. Here we go. We drink together at Rarat. I'll explain it to you. Oh, mamma mia. It would probably be a better discussion than we had last time. Am I the only one in this chat who like gave up on that science thing? You all act like you're like physicists at work and you understand the world on like a micro level. Where are my dumb homies? Where are the normies? Normies rise. This chat feels all of a sudden so elite, it's disgusting. Oh, look, I paid attention in school. I call it magic too. Ivy, my girl. I love listening to cutting edge physics and philosophy. Do you have that too when you're in your bed, you're trying to sleep, and you put something on? The more numbers are involved in whatever you listen to, the faster you fall asleep. My brain just shuts off when it hears too many numbers. Like, okay, you want me to like completely ignore everything. I gave up most things when I realized world got beer. Good. Binge watched some YouTube. Yeah, but you also apparently remembered it. I learned quantum mechanics in school. Oh, out of school. Out of curiosity. Wow. We are still waiting for a game, I think. And that's why we have the time for that. But I like a good little chat. Thankfully, some normies in chat too. Otherwise, I would have felt very, very dumb. I'm a chemist. I had to learn this. Chemistry, man. Never in a million years could I do this. But if you're a chemist, Pius, how necessary was it for you as a chemist to learn how to create drugs that could make Rara Land a bit more fun for everyone, maybe? That is a gift. That would spice it up. Imagine Leon on ecstasy, dude. 6,000 APM all of a sudden. Why would I need to create them when you can just buy everything? And fair point. Fair point. Very fair point. Well, it could be safer, I think, from what I heard. Or was that just Amsterdam? I don't know. What is Rara Land? My dear Vinti, that is a LAN event that we run since 2022 or something. So basically, 150 people gather in one spot. The first one was in Hamburg. Second and third were in Dortmund. And it's half LAN event for the plebs, where you can just play Warcraft and play tournaments and fun games. And we have a pro tournament with Happy and 40 and Moon and people like that. That is Rara Land. Wanna blow something up? And Izzy, I gotta say your performances at Rara were so far not worth mentioning. Your in-game appearances. Your in-game appearances. They will start in a second. Nice. No rush, no rush, no rush. Yeah, nice. No delay. Nightmare. It's time to get the hell out of this chat and go straight into my ears. I don't know if you have time already, but you can join whenever it pleases you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between and outside, we are casting Warcraft Warhammer. If you were here last week, you kind of know already what this is about. It's an altered melee game mode. Today, we have the lower bracket final of Rivendell, who was the top seed of the entire thing, versus Sheik, who you all know, because Sheik is freaking awesome. And so is this game mode. This game mode has many different races, and we start with Bretonia versus Dogs of War. It is based on Warhammer, fantasy Warhammer, not 40k Warhammer. And man, this is gonna be ultra confusing for me again until Nightmare appears in the call and explains everything to me. Until then, we just guess. The maps that we play are the basic ones that you know in Warcraft. The races, heroes, and units are completely different. As you can see, this kind of looks like an orc, but the workers are kind of human. As you also can see, we got the Yeoman of the Bretons, and he apparently rushes right across. Oh, this is looking pretty. Look at this. We got farms here. They build quick. Real quick. And Sheik is pausing the game. Hopefully not too many issues. I think Sheik just came home or coming from another event or something. But that's pretty much it. If you have any question, questions. Tag Nightmare. Connection issue. Yeah. I got it. That's fine. As I said, you join whenever that's convenient to you and answer the questions in the chat. Isn't it like 5 a.m. for Sheik? Yeah, 3 or something, but it's normal for him, I guess. So, we do apparently build an altar late. Something here is glowing and looks like it's freezing. So from a balance perspective, this has to be so balanced that you don't kill the constructions with this one unit. And what do we got here? I used the... Okay, damn, sorry. I forgot. We are using the other observer mode because then we can read the unit descriptions. And the unit descriptions will help us a lot. So I have to change that in BattleNet. If it's like 3 a.m., why would he just come home then? Did he... Okay, as a chemist, you maybe never came home at 3 a.m. I can understand that. Nerd. There's plenty of reason. You were working late. You met some people. You were looking at the stars somewhere. Hey, Penny, what's up? He played a direct strike tournament. Ah, so he wasn't outside. Okay. Well, home to the Warhammer game mode is obviously what I meant. So, then, right from the start, we go into this once again. It is Rivendell versus Sheik on Warhammer Eternal Strife. We play the regular Warcraft maps with different units and races. Just kidding, Pius, you know that. 16 different races. All very different. All very different designed. And with different strength. So we get Brut. I like that. Brut. Versus the Dogs of War. Okay, you get this unit truly right off the bat. So you rush across. And we power build a little bit here. See, it's like this frost attack kind of thing. It's seemingly cold in the Bretagne. On the other side, we get a... Let's get my hero out as fast as possible. And I just realized that this is here. And this is here too. I should probably add... Sheik 0, 0, Rivendell. Like that. Okay. That was the pause. We can fast forward through this. Horseman damage is quite low. It reminds me of the Age of Empires Scout very much. I think that's the inspiration. Just a classic scout. And he's dealing very little damage. Maybe he has an ability or something. Because it's like 5 or... Maybe he does less damage to buildings. It seems like a scout. So, Scion of Fire... with Fireball, Melt Armor, Stomp, Aura of Vigor, and Absolute Fury. What is going on in the Bretagne? Holy Radiance. I see. Lumber Upgrade. This is the Age of Empires race, no? Grail Saint. A mighty mounted melee hero has the innate ability Aura of Sanctity and 5 further learnable abilities. Touch of Sanctity... Penitence, Champion of the Lady, Blast Fury, and Holy Wave. Who can identify with that? We got a big Mountain King here. Also blessed. Again, very different races that we had before. It is the AoE race. Let's go. Okay, I can't really figure out the identity of this race just yet, but I think it's a matter of time. Chaos. Oh, he looks mean. Oh, gets the tower. Not bad, not bad, not bad. So, we'll see. Mountain King with a storm, with an AoE Stormbolt kind of thing. It's Scion, not Skyon. Look, I know physics, and now I pronounce things better than you as well. Okay, I got it, I got it. So we have an aura, which is basically devotion plus a little bit of worker support. But man, Marie du Chanté is not that tanky, I gotta say. Does have heal wave though. This dwarf is quite strong, I gotta say. Filthy bathwater sims. Okay. You seemingly have a favorite. Okay, we get knights. We get more villagers. As an AoE, you build tons and tons and tons of villagers. And we tech on the other side. Sheik wouldn't play the AoE race, right? He wouldn't. He wouldn't. Yeah, so I would say, just from like interpreting, Rivendell has bigger army. Sheik's heroes might be better. There's one rule in Warhammer. You see the French, you attack the French. Oh, we did the same in Germany in the 20th century. A bit backwards, this Warhammer universe then. Go with the times. We friends now. Oh, man. This firebolt thing seems extremely powerful. But you know, if you have 1 million villagers, as people have in Age of Empires, he should be fine. Now Knights got tier 1 Knights, man. The humans player's dream. On the other side, I'm very curious what Sheik is able to build now. He's tacking super fast, super slow, I think. So this Mountain King dude has basically, he has to do everything by himself. Maybe that's why he's that powerful. And he got a couple of workers, which are also used for creeping, which is like, maybe, you know, this aura says they have Fanatic Zeal improved ability. Maybe that's like Militia. Warhammer is made by the British. Of course, they made the French unlikable. Fair game. Fair game. But how can you say no to Joan d'Orléans? Oh, what the hell is that? Aura of Vigor. Movement speed. Oh, it's Unholy Aura. But it looks dope. What the? Is that allowed? Just a roadblock. Okay, we get generals in, advanced military structure, wizards, cannons, and Birdman. I'm already a big fan of the Birdman. I hope they are goddamn OP. We're friends of all the bird people. Yo, Nightmare, you can call me anytime. Nightmare, the creator of this melee mod. He has, of course, a lot to say about all this in the lower bracket final. Ready, I think? Yeah, you can just call. There we go. Let's try this again. Let's see if we can get Nightmare on the line. Ah, you there? Not you made it to the call, but I can't hear. Maybe wrong microphone selected. Ah, there you go. What's up, dude?
Hey there, sorry, I have a very crappy setup with my laptop, so everything takes me 10 minutes, no matter how simple.
I can stream to you again, so we're at the same time.
No, all good, all good. I won't say anything too specific. It's fine because I'm observing through Flow TV. I'm maybe like a couple of minutes ahead, but that's not the biggest of deals. I can say something abstract, something in general. What's going on? Thanks again for doing this. Means a lot to me. Trust me, because I've been doing this mod for over 13 years, and a couple of years ago, I kind of felt like I'm kind of ready to maybe host some tournaments in it, and I was very lucky that Grubby found it, liked it a lot. We had a very nice heads-up start because of it. So right now we're having what we call Season 6 finals with our beloved Frog Shake playing versus Rivendell. The community is unfortunately ever so slightly Russophone dominated. I'm kind of hoping it will change after today's stream, but we'll see. If no, it's still fine. So again, thanks for having me. And yeah, we have Dogs of War, played by Shake, and Rivendell, who plays the French, the pesky French, because obviously Games Workshop being British would make the French unlikable, just as you said. Yeah, and it seems to be an even game. And I'm gonna briefly explain how Dogs of War work, because in general, Warhammer universe, Warhammer Fantasy, which was the original idea of Games Workshop, they came up with 40k later. They kind of wanted to make fantasy something like Tolkien, but with heavy inspiration from real world, from like Middle Ages or a slightly later period. So they would rely greatly on mythology of a specific culture, and just turn it up to 11. So kind of Warriors of Chaos are mean Vikings, worshipping chaos gods, and Britannia is medieval France. The Empire is, I guess, Holy Roman Empire of like 16th century, present-day Germany. So, and Dogs of War would be the famous Italian mercenaries of the Renaissance period, but the way I have made them is that there are several factions which are not as well known. For example, you can think about it in Warcraft 3, it would be the analog of having like orcs and night elves and humans, which are very well known, but there are some less known factions like, I don't know, centaurs or Genei people or whatever. I'm actually not that well versed in Warcraft lore. And so I inserted several sub-factions into the Dogs of War faction because it kind of melds together very nicely. You have the mercenaries of the Renaissance Italy period. Right now they are, I suppose, those flying birdmen. It's a nod to some of Leonardo da Vinci's schemes. And it's a real unit in Warhammer lore from the analog of Italy. It's called Telia. And so I kind of, I guess, grafted together two aspects. So you have like a sub-faction, which in this case is Chaos Dwarfs, and mercenaries. So half the race is mercenaries, the other half of the race is whichever sub-faction out of 4 you can choose. So Rivendell, Shake in this particular game has chosen those Chaos Dwarfs. They are very much the favorite, although there are very interesting, I would say, and quite strong other sub-factions. They would look and play quite differently. And he attempts to combine his 2 strong heroes, especially the first one, the Scion of Fire, with the Birdman, I guess. And Rivendell is just going Mass Knights for the, medieval French chivalry. I guess this ends my half a historic detour.
Exactly. Dude, the Birdman are my absolute favorite unit of this entire mod thus far. Everything about them is awesome. They remind me of a Command & Conquer unit from like Red Alert 2. They're mixed with Da Vinci. They got rocket launchers. I love them.
I'm super happy to hear that. If you know Red Alert, I had, because this is a strategy that is very close to my heart as well. In this very race, Dogs of War, but in a different subfaction, the Arabic subfaction, there is a spy unit who can be scouted by, basically by dogs, because they have 2 sides. And if you don't scout them, they can sabotage your buildings.
Yeah, Command & Conquer goated, of course, as well. So this little dwarf looked super OP in the early game, but it seems like he's falling off a little bit.
He does have an aura, which helps a lot with the slow Chaos Dwarven units, although Shake really builds Birdmen who have good movement speed, so it doesn't feel as strong as it might be. I think he just wanted to win some time before he can transition into like tier 2 units, which are the Birdmen, or later into tanks, I suppose.
Yeah, it's kind of similar how you would harass with the DK while you tech 2 gargoyles.
Yep, exactly.
Alright, and then you dared to put the Age of Empires faction in. It seems like they play very differently than a regular faction does.
I wouldn't honestly go so far as to say that. They have a few very weird mechanics, but in general, I think they're quite a lot in line with Warhammer. But that's true. Age of Empires 2 is one of my favorite strategies also, even more favorite than Red Alert, I guess. And since it's all based on medieval Europe fighting each other, and not only Europe, I guess they had the Japanese, the Chinese as well, the Mongols, of course. I was making this race with Age of Empires in mind, and there are a lot of nods to Age of Empires mechanics, like farms and houses, the two buildings as opposed to one building to help you with your capping power, and also the lumber mills, the upgrades for gathering lumber, for gathering what's it called, gold, because by default they only collect 8 gold, so you can make 2 upgrades to go to 10. So for example, right now Rivendell is collecting 9, although maybe I'm a little bit living in the future compared to you a couple of minutes, so maybe he's still gathering 8 for you. But yeah, it's an Age of Empires inspired race, so they have a lot of vills. I guess I should be calling them villagers, but in AoE parlance it's vills.
Yep.
They have lots of vills, lots of knights. Normally the knights are available on tier 2, but this is a specific knight-centered spec, so he can build unlimited knights on tier 1 as well. They have a castle, which may or may not be built in your timeline yet.
Yep, yeah. I was about to say they even have the icons like Age of Empires does.
Yeah, it's kind of again a hybrid of Warcraft and Age of Empires. I enjoyed making it. It's a little bit unintuitive for those who like. Most of my player base never played Age of Empires, so it's like they always get confused about farms and stuff and houses. Like, why the hell do you have to build farms and houses? Why the hell there's a guy working on a farm that requires a lumber upkeep? So this is not intuitive for anyone who has not played Age of Empires. But if you have played Age of Empires, it's way more intuitive.
Alrighty, let's talk about the players a little bit. Rivendell came in as the number 1 seed, but got thrown to the lower bracket by Drota.
Yeah, so honestly speaking, maybe for the last half a year, we had 3 people dominating, like it's a, I don't know, what is it called? Monopoly, duopoly, and triopoly, I guess.
Yeah.
We kind of have a triopoly, so the 3 strongest players were really expected to take top 3, and then there they are. Joseph and Rivendell and Shake are just the strongest. I think Shake may be the weakest of the 3, slightly, because he doesn't practice as much as these two guys. These 2 guys are just crazy. They've been playing my mod non-stop for the past 12 months and doing nothing else with their lives, I feel. And they're really good Warcraft players. Not as good as Shake, but they're still like 2200 MMR or something. Shake is still obviously a very good player. His micro is superb, obviously. I would say Rivendell is probably the favorite here. Joseph Viren beat Rivendell in Winner Bracket Finals 2-0, so the game that we're going to watch next. I'm a little bit old-fashioned in that the Grand Finals is best of 5, but I think it's fair that the player who has not lost any games has an advantage, so it starts with 1-0 in favor of Joseph Viren. Last season finals, Rivendell was the favorite. I guess he was the underdog maybe, but he did win the grand finals because 2 seasons in a row before that, Joseph Viren took both finals, so he was gonna have his 3rd win of the game. Rivendell kind of manipulated him into playing random versus random, like let's be the real man and play random versus random. Joseph Viren agreed and then regretted it because he ended up losing. It was a fun a fun time, you know. But this time, I think there's not going to be such shenanigans. Everyone's playing to win, and yeah, Jotarin has not had many troubles with Rivendell in winner bracket finals, and I think he's probably the favorite to win this because whoever wins, he has beaten them before. He has beaten Sheikh in semifinals, and he's beaten Rivendell in winner bracket final, and yeah, I guess this is the chance of either of those two players to have a shot at a rematch versus Jotarin.
Okay, Sheik the underdog. That's not too normal, but cool to see. We also see Sheik cleaning up the expansion upper left-hand side with Iron Demons, another cool unit. I kind of fall in love with the Dogs of War. And that's a ripped base right there, but there's another one. Do the Age of Empires faction, the Frenchies, do they need like an economy advantage to work?
I'm honestly speaking the wrong person to ask. My tactics is utter shit. I can explain mechanics and that's about it. Like don't expect me. I understand as far as game swings are concerned and power spikes and stuff, I understand about as much as you do. So nice. I honestly don't know.
Two super clueless people. Let's go. Yeah, okay. So it's not super obvious that they always need an extra base, I think we can say then.
I completely suck at tactics and stuff. Whenever I play, I just always go one base because my brain is overloaded. If I have double the income, I just end up having.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Same in melee for me.
Yeah, totally. So I honestly have no idea like how is that supposed to work. So just go like for whatever your gut feeling tells you. This is probably
all right.
About as close of an answer as we can get here. Yeah.
Yeah, my gut feeling tells me that Rivendell is properly effed. Half the supply, lost the base. The tanks don't stop. He doesn't really have a great solution against the Birdman because there's only knights and only the Breath of Fire plus towers as anti-air. So this is a bit of a troubled situation for Rivendell.
Yeah, this thing I can comment on. His response to the so-called Iron Demons, the tanks, is the Panda level 3 Breath of Fire, which is kind of a mini ult for the Grail Knight. Like I think he's the only hero in my mod. Okay, no, actually the Eminent Magus who's been being played by Sheikh is also like this. Yep. So instead of having an ultimate, he has basically a mini ultimate on level 5, and this quote-unquote mini ultimate is 1 skill point worth of level 3 Panda's Breath of Fire. I think I said something stupid, but you kind of get the point. So you only spend 1 skill point, but you get a level 3 Panda Breath of Fire. It's a bit quicker because it was kind of overpowered. But it's like the point is that you can spam it and you can kite with it, and it damages flying units, it damages buildings, it damages mechanical units. So Iron Demons will likely fall to it. It's not the answer to Iron Demons, but it's at least an answer.
All right, then we see that Sheik is out of gold and supply is slowly narrowing down. What do we got here? He goes to Stronghold, so tier 3 without income. That is interesting. Lots of long distance mining going on. Main base for Rivendell is not mined out yet. So what you say before is that they mined less, and so he has still income for 2k in the main and 12k at the expo. So I think Sheik should worry about yet another base.
Speaking of mining speeds, so almost like maybe 80%, 85% of the races and specs mine at normal rate, normal Warcraft rate, but actually Chaos Dwarfs, they have slightly increased mining. So yeah, it's they have the opposite problem. So like he mines faster, but he gets mined out. Rivendell does, and Sheik has a little bit less gold. But I don't know. I messed up my races. I apologize. Sheikh, yeah, it's so confusing because in my overlay, Rivendell is like on the left as far as his name is concerned, but on the minimap he's on the right. That's
yeah.
And also the second reason is because Sheikh plays so much Bretonnia, and it's so unusual to see someone who's not Sheikh play Bretonnia, whereas it's in game with Sheikh. So yeah, they have opposite problems. Chaos Dwarfs mine faster, and the Bretonnia mine slower. That's the issue.
All right, so it's a little bit of a war of attrition here. Can Rivendell survive long enough to mine out and build a big army, or can Shake crack him or get another base up? We did get the tier 3, but I don't see any tech stuff happening, so it's just more fighting. And thanks to the Birdman, he finds him once again. Can he crack these heroes is the question. There's no, like, super strong hero that just dominates everything, but man, this was a quick nuke. And we see the Grail Saint, he's doing a good job. Sheik with the body block. Nice. Oh my god. Don't tell me he kills them off now with the blocks. That's beautiful Warcraft, regardless of the game mode. And with the staff he gets out. Oh boy, that was dicey.
Yeah. Actually, I'm like with a pedantic note. Shake has tier 4 as opposed to tier 3. It's a special mechanic of Dogs of War. It's basically the same as tier 3, but you get some. You have the option of hiring units for like 1 food and instantly. It's not the biggest of deals. I just want to make a pedantic note.
Okay. Oh no! Almost getting the hero here. Bit of a weird situation. He blocks himself with the Archmage. Double level up. And Rivendell saves his hero. Nicely done. He has very little to work with, but controls everything really well. And it's almost like a hero arena with a little bit of support. And this bottom right base, I'm not even sure if Sheik knows it's there. By now, he probably does. But there's so many towers. Wait, they don't do damage. They just block?
These ones don't, yeah. Honestly speaking, Iron Demons would take care of buildings really quick because they have the same thing as Batriders have, which is like, what's it called, Liquid Fire or whatever. It's very efficient at taking down buildings. I think Shake doesn't know, because if he did know, I think those 3 tanks would be enough to shred the base quite quickly, because Bretonnians don't have really strong defenses. Like the main building has 0 armor. It is efficient at shooting because it has split shot, same as tanks in normal Warcraft versus air. So again, this is me recreating Age of Empires mechanics, because if you remember, like town halls, they shoot several projectiles at once, depending on how many villagers are garrisoned there. So it's the same here. And Rivendell has those Grail Knights. I think he lost a couple already. They are kind of like heroes, except they cannot be revived. So these 2 are level 2. And when they fall, they leave behind a Grail Relic, which is not tremendously relevant because it's a special mechanic for 1 unit, which he is not building, the Grail Pilgrims. So those people who know Warhammer lore well, they would kind of recognize what I'm doing here, but it's not the biggest of deals. There are quasi-heroes for Rivendell, is what I'm trying to say, and they scale quite well, but so far they're not tremendously high level. And they have the very same skill set as Grail Saint.
Okay, pretty sick.
So he basically has 4 Grail Saints at the moment.
Yep. They seem
4.
quite squishy at this point on the lower levels, so having that heal wave constantly is nice. Lots of sustain. Does he have mana regen on these heroes as well?
Nope. He does have a staff, which is half a Sobi mask, and that's it.
Okay.
He can... Yeah, he can purchase Blessed Wine, and it gives you a 50% miss chance, but it acts as a clarity. So, but I think he's not doing it currently. And you can use it in combat, which is sometimes very useful.
We got a sick-ass dragon in the game.
Yeah, it's a merc. It's from the mercenary camp.
It looks gorgeous. And does a lot of damage. Nice.
Yeah, he has the stats of a Chimera, basically.
Looks better, though.
Yeah, credits to the modelers. Like, I have some... Well, some of the models are there just for everyone to enjoy, and others were made specifically for me.
And we just missed the last moment of the game. Sheik loses the main hero. With that, no more chance to stand against that. Too much time without mining. And Sheik goes down 0-1.
Yep, and next game is on Tidehunters. I wonder who's switching.
Yeah, can you explain the system again to the people who weren't there last week?
Yep, so in order to have a bit of a more interesting matchup thing, we prohibit 2 same matchups in a row, and whoever lost the previous map decides who switches. So it can be either the winning player or the losing player or both. So both cannot stay. They like at least one has to change, or both. And so Shake has lost. So now his loser pick is any of the remaining 4 maps, which is Tidehunters in our case. And he has said to Rivendell, either you switch, or I will switch and you stay, or we both switch. And I think it's probably... Normally people at this level ask the opponent to switch and they want to counter it. So, or apologies, the other way around. They ask the opponent to stay and they attempt to counter the race.
Well,
but apparently they're both switching.
I was about to
Dark
say,
Elves versus,
yeah, they're both switching. So this we've seen before. The pigs are back.
Yeah, the swines.
The swines, exactly. That's Sheik's pick then. Pick. So is it like I'm facing elimination? I take the swines to win.
I honestly have no idea whatsoever what's going on in his head, because his level of understanding of Warcraft is way above mine. So I don't want to pretend like he has asked Rivendell to switch too. So I think he knows what to expect, because Rivendell really likes his Dark Elves. But on the other hand, I don't know. Swines are a very solid pick. They're very annoying to play against, and Sheik is gonna play the Summoner hero right now. And I think he's very strong early game because he has a very strong summon. And the Dark Elves, if they have their early game screwed up, they can have a lot of trouble. But Jotavarian, for example, I think had a bad early game versus Sheik and still won. So we'll see.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen the swines last week already, but tell me more about the Dark Elves, because we've seen them just briefly, I think. I do remember the Slave Masters.
Yeah, so maybe even more so than Bretonnia. So these are for sure the 3 wackiest races. The Demons of Chaos, the wackiest of them all. Dark Elves, slightly less wacky, and Bretonnia, even less wacky. The other, 13 races are really quite intuitive, very Warcraft-like. They have like a bit more variability, for example, like Dogs of War, but in general they play like Warcraft. Dark Elves less so. They have a weird mining system where they have invulnerable slaves and slave masters who provide health regeneration aura to slaves because they are invulnerable, but they lose health over time. So they have undead-like building style where they do not require anything to build a building. So just like an acolyte would come and summon a building and go away. Same thing with a slave master. She just summons a building, like entices a slave to build it basically, and goes away if she wants to. And they have, because I want to discourage slavery, obviously, they have a very sort of inefficient mining. So slaves mine at most 3 or 5 gold. With upgrades, it can be a bit more. But Rivendell is playing a spec which actually doesn't allow you to upgrade the slaves. It's interesting. He goes off meta a little bit. He plays a spec with crossbowmen basically on tier 1. Interesting choice because people almost universally play Corsairs, which also buffs slaves. Now that I say it, I think Corsairs were banned because before the series, it's a new thing. We invented it only like a few months ago. By popular request, players get to ban one race and one spec from the opponent, so you cannot play everything.
Okay.
Yeah. I think maybe Corsair spec was banned now that I talk about it like this. Interesting that Rivendell would basically go... It's kind of as if in Warcraft you could ban the first hero. I guess the analog would be... Yeah, it would be like, I don't know, Happy playing versus, Fortitude and banning Archmage first, and then Fortitude would play MK first, something like this. So yeah, this is Rivendell playing like an off-spec because this is not comfortable for him, I guess. But he still likes the race a lot. I was onto something about slaves, but I have forgotten.
All right. Last time, I think we've seen the Dark Elves getting overrun really quickly, if I remember correctly. So what are their strengths and weaknesses?
It's by far the hardest race for me to balance because they mine at a very crappy rate, but I don't want to just deflate all of their prices proportionately, because then it would make no sense that they mine slower, like they mine slower but everything costs less, so effectively they just last longer because of their expansion not mining out as quickly. So this wouldn't make sense. So the way I kind of tried to balance it and make it interesting is that all of their buildings are very cheap. Basically they don't cost any gold, they just cost lumber. But all of their units cost the same. They have troubles purchasing neutral items. So, for example, if you go mass summons versus them, most races can counter them by buying Dispel Scrolls at neutral shops, but for Dark Elves it's very costly because their mining is just such crap. And I think they're one of the stronger races right now, and this is attested by the fact that Drotivrin plays them. He has beaten Rivendell in winner bracket finals. It was a game yesterday we had the wonderful Abva casted for the Russophone community. He has beaten Rivendell twice yesterday as Dark Elves, so I think they're one of the stronger races right now. I think their downsides. I'm not tremendously sure they have downsides currently, to be honest.
Okay.
Like the mod is quite well balanced in general, but I think Dark Elves on this level of play, they kind of just are a little bit stronger than everyone else. They have a solid early game, like solid mid game, very strong late game. I guess it's just like overall a very good race. Their downside maybe is that you can lame them by killing slave masters, and then the workers either die of their own accord, or if you right click a worker with no slave master present, it gets freed, because I didn't want to encourage killing slaves in my mod, so you actually free them. So, but it's really annoying to micro if you're not familiar with the mod, or in general if you're not too good of a microware player. But at high levels, like, all of these deficiencies are overcome by skilled players, and I guess, again, the Dark Elves were very hard to balance. They kept swinging for a couple of seasons from being utter trash to being auto-win. Right now, they're just a little bit overpowered, it seems, but a tiny bit, because if they were truly overpowered, we would have like Dark Elf mirrors every game, or at least every ban. For example, they weren't banned by Shake. She has banned Skaven, in fact. The Redmen. Redmen were feared, I guess, because they have the strongest early game. Maybe they have like weird pacing thing where they have just lots of very weak units rushing at you at all times, so it can be very stressful to play versus them, and so Shake has banned that and not Dark Elves. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so both players wanted to expand. There was a bit of harass. Sheik bought time, tech to tier 2, got a second hero out. And then I guess picks are the answer to everything?
We shall see, because they are... I think what Shake has done here, although my tactics is utter shit, and my game analytics when it comes to what strategy or tactics people are supposed to use are like, they're so off. It sometimes baffles me at how little I myself know. So I think what has happened is that Shake has built the Centaur hero because of his strong summon, and summons, as in normal Warcraft, they fall off quite quickly. In late game, they're not that useful. So he tried to make Rivendell's early game very difficult as he can with an early strong summon. Think of it kind of like a level 1 Beastmaster with his bear. And he hasn't accomplished that much. I think he has delayed the expo by maybe like a minute or so. And now he has this useless summoner hero who doesn't do much. He would rather, going into mid game, he would much rather have Beastmaster, or what's his called? Beastlord, the Tauren-like hero. He would rather have TC first, and then he will go for Grey Shaman, who has basically a Carrion Swarm ability, which is very strong versus Dark Elves, because Dark Elves, they don't... Well, they do have like strong units in their roster, but the current meta is that they just play lots of weaker units, like Mass Ghouls if you want. And these Mass Ghouls would fall quite easily to Carrion Swarm, but Shake doesn't have a hero with Carrion Swarm, although it's the standard play by Swines. He has gone for a pseudo all-in, I suppose, early game, so now he has a bad hero combo. This is my analysis as best as I can do it.
Alrighty, let's see if you're right and Sheik gets eliminated here. We do have a unit that I haven't seen before, the Reaper. Again, leads me to believe at first that more like siege units are played, but they actually have piercing damage.
They can toggle. This is a standard, Warhammer mechanic. Both High Elven and Dark Elven bolt throwers can switch between like heavy bolts for sieging, or piercing bolts for, engagements.
Not a bad mechanic. I like it. Is the damage value different?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the DPS value is, but when they shoot piercing bolts, it's kind of like a long-ranged archer.
Yep,
So
yep.
and if it's not shooting piercing bolts but rather siege bolts, it's like a glaive thrower. That's it. And also bolts, like smaller bolts don't miss, they home onto targets, and larger ones, just like any other piece of artillery in Warcraft, it misses if you move.
Alrighty. Then we barely see any units from Sheik. It's just the 2 heroes and a lot of summons. And it feels like he didn't get much done in the past 2 minutes.
I think he like the greenish wolves are not summons, they're a tier 1 unit.
Okay.
The summon that he does have is a basically a centaur or archer. He has a standard model from campaign, so that's the summon.
Okay, I know. Even less than you do. We see the slave master with the whip. I like that.
Yeah. She is very hard to click on, but I have fixed it just a couple of days ago, and it's gonna be fixed in the next patch.
Alright, then.
It's very annoying actually when you play the Dark Elves, but yeah, just all of my players have to suffer for like 3 more days. When we get an update, it's gonna be fixed.
Alright, then we do have quite a harass with the summons against the second base, and then we got 2 base, 2 base. Let's see, and the spawn of chaos has finally arrived. Only the first.
Yeah, they're a very strong unit. They also have Breath of Fire mechanic, although it doesn't damage buildings, and I think it doesn't damage the mechanical units either. It has no mana cost.
You made the unit.
I don't remember everything. So they have melee magic type damage, so they're very good versus heavy armor, and this is maybe a bit of a lazy design on my side because Dark Elves basically only have heavy armor in their roster. Ooh. Well, that's not true, but at least for what current meta is concerned, there are some really nice units with other armor types, but they're not used as much, to put it mildly. So currently Rivendell, like Reapers, heavy armor, Dreadspears, heavy armor, and Corsairs, heavy armor. Everything is heavy, and there are lots of like small units who will suffer greatly from repeated breaths of fire by chaos spawns. And the remaining question is just whether the numbers are high enough for the Dark Elves to beat like the better units of Shake.
Yeah, and about numbers, that doesn't look too great for Rivendell because he's supply blocked.
Honestly speaking, Dark Elves, since slaves don't eat any food, only slave masters do, and they just eat 1 food. As you noticed before, it's sometimes very hard to go off the population numbers in this mod.
Yep.
Other times, actually, it's very similar, but in the case of Dark Elves, indeed, like their population is deflated because workers don't use any food basically whatsoever.
That's crazy, man. Oh god, okay. Number of spawns rises. Sheik 54 marches across. Is there any hero that will dominate? Not really, right?
Rivendell's Judas, well, what do you call it? The chick.
Yeah.
The chick of Rivendell is kind of like a warden, but instead of it's like, think of her as a warden with Shadow Strike and Orb of Corruption passive. So she just comes and right clicks things. So she's a strong agility hero.
Alrighty.
And she scales well, and she can purchase some strong items later on because they Dark Elves have really strong tier 3 items. Oh, she has purchased them already, in fact. Damage blocking shield and a Eye of Skadi from Dota, basically. Although, you know, this is again a fun or anti-fun, depending whether you're playing for Dark Elves or against them, mechanic that I made. Since you know that orb effects don't stack, so if you have a bottom who shoots, or if you have rather, I guess, a Fire Lord who shoots incineration balls, it doesn't benefit from, let's say, Orb of Venom.
Yeah.
I felt a little bit bad about this lady because she has the Fire Lord passive. Fire Lord, I guess, has an orb as opposed to a passive. So she has a... yeah, there goes the hero, poor Shake. So I just made it that since this item doesn't work on her, it instead, whenever she does the Shadow Strike, would instead give a Nova. That's why the cow is slow. It's a special mechanic of the item combined with the hero.
Of course, not only special races and special heroes, also special hero interactions, and no hero interactions for Sheik anymore. Coming in as the biggest name, but being eliminated first here in our final 3. No miraculous run through the lower bracket, simple elimination, and the winner bracket final is also the grand final.
Yep, it is, and we have a rerun of what we had last season, Josephine versus Rivendell, and I think Josephine was up from the upper bracket as well last time. So it starts 1-0, best of 5, but really best of 4, I guess. And I will see if the players are banning anything, because I think we have a bit of a downtime.
Alrighty.
Rivendell, because he's the biggest manipulator in the scene. He writes, "Let's go 0-0 so that everything is honest." And Josephine replies to him, "Yeah, well, what else do you want? Maybe you want 1-0 in your favor."
Seems like there's good camaraderie between your players.
Yeah, it is.
Alrighty, you mentioned that you will update in 3 days. What else can people expect from that patch?
Honestly, not that much, because I think the mod is currently in a good place. So I just, fix some minor bugs and balance some minor things. And I'll make the call on how much to balance, let's say, Dark Elves today. Interesting, Josephine has banned High Elves, and Rivendell has... they have both banned the Corsair spec of Dark Elves. Interesting. So they can play Dark Elves, but some other spec, like right now we have seen the Crossbowman spec. And High Elves are unavailable to Rivendell, and Demons of Chaos are unavailable to Joteverin. And I think they're about to start, maybe in a couple of minutes' time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then, if you want to tell the audience anything, let them know. Your stage is yours.
The only thing I want to tell the audience is that I love Neo and Warcraft and back to Warcraft, and I thank Neo from the bottom of my heart for doing this. That's about as much as I want to say.
All right, guys. If you want to read up on everything that's in this mod, it's of course on Hive Workshop, where every cool mod work is, whether that's campaign or altered melee. Here's the link that tells you the basis, and somewhere in there it says read up about the factions or something, where you can read up everything about all the 16 factions, which is freaking crazy. There's a campaign, but I heard it's outdated. Might still give you a little taste if you don't want to run into the multiplayer right away. If you want to go into the multiplayer right away, you obviously can do that as well on the absolute best platform there is and was and ever will be, and that's W3Champions. All you got to do is to click on that wheel here where you select your maps, go to custom games and select Warhammer 1-on-1, and then you can queue. Gotta be a little lucky that the queue is busy, but that's how you find the ladder.
Yep, I absolutely agree 100% with what you said about Warcraft 3 Champions. They're the best. Wonderful, wonderful people, wonderful community, wonderful job they're doing with everything. So I'm super proud and excited to be hosted by them since last October. Huge shout out to Kovacs in particular, and all of the other wonderful admins of the Warcraft 3 Champions platform, Faro, and Stefan Di Valdelfe, and everyone else. So yeah, those people deserve our full support, adoration, and every other possible emotion imaginable. And if you have the opportunity, feel free. Please consider donating to them, because they do it for free in their free time. I don't think any of them take any salaries whatsoever. They just spend the money on servers and I guess season finals and stuff.
Not even that. We just gather everything from the community. So they are just spending everything on the 50 servers they got already, which is kind of crazy. Thank you, Mo, for the €2. Neo, congratulate me. After years, I finally redeemed my Warcraft using Reign of Chaos key from my old disc. Glad that worked. It only works until November 31st or something. So redeem your keys now. Nightmare, we're ready for the grand final.
We're in game as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, I'm gonna click the button as well. We're gonna be a bit async, but that should be fine.
No, it's fine. I can go on 10-minute rants, just discussing.
I know you for years, dude. You can go on longer than 10 minutes monologues. But yeah, excited for this one. I saw my first game last week, and I gotta say, I'm a bit hooked for tournaments like this. We got the Empire. I'm not too sure if we've seen that before on the stream.
We have not.
Let's go.
I don't think we have seen High Elves either, so it's 2 new races. And it's very interesting that the players will play that. I'll take it as a compliment to the state of the game right now. Because
exactly.
A couple of seasons ago, we had like 3 races dominate everything. Like whatever is considered OP, whatever is considered meta, they would just play and reshuffle it again and again, and that's it. Like currently, the variability is way more. Like there are a couple of underpowered races, and that's about it, I would say. Everything else is playable.
Alrighty, then we got Drota as the player from the winner bracket with the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Of course, whoever wins 3 points first is the champ and gets a little notification here, maybe. And the winner of this final also has like a mercenary wish free or like a balance wish free.
Yeah, pretty much. It's either an item or a merc, like whatever the players can come up with. They just talk to me and I'll design it and I'll implement it. I think it's a very fun way to, develop the mod in between seasons.
Imagine that in regular Warcraft, dude.
Yeah, that would be cool. Like imagine Happy winning, I don't know, the famous gold in 2019 and saying, oh, I won there in the neutral shop item there to be, I don't know, like an orb of corruption that does like, I don't know, whatever the numbers are, because obviously it has to be kind of balanced. So Joe Tiverine has won 2 seasons, and both those times he had no ideas whatsoever. He initially asked me to have a creep that says "Hi Andre" when you click on it, and I refused to make it. I said it's too boring. Let's come up with something more interesting. So after a while, we decided to have a second shredder from the neutral shop. And initially, I kind of didn't like the idea because it seemed so boring and so redundant. But this just goes to show how big of a noob I am, because it never occurred to me that creeping mercenary camps is hella difficult on like those maps like Last Refuge and the other ones that we have, Springtime Tidehunters. Whereas accessing the shop, the Goblin Merchant basically is way easier. So the way Easter eggs, those so-called Easter eggs, are implemented is that you access the shop and you just buy an item which allows you to place this kind of secret shop thing. And it actually became very standard and almost meta for a lot of races, a lot of strats, and it opened up lots and lots of possibilities. People started expanding more because now you can have an early shredder which is easily accessible. So what started out as a very boring Easter egg ended up being very interesting and sort of has contributed to the development of the mod in very unexpected and exciting ways.
Alrighty, then let's talk about the new factions that we see. Starting with the Challenger, bottom left-hand side. The Empire, das ist Deutschland, ja?
Ist es auch. Ich kann sagen, dass beide Fraktionen an unserer Karte jetzt sind sehr einfach im Vergleich mit alles, was früher wir gesehen haben. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to English, I guess. I have showed off my German skills.
Well done, mate, well done.
I think I fucked up a few articles because this is what I always do. But other than that, yeah, I could comment in German. Your ears would bleed a little bit with me fucking up every single article, but other than that, I could do it.
All right, so the Empire. What stands out about the Empire?
Yeah, honestly speaking, they're both kind of like humans. They are very early races, and I didn't overhaul them later. I made them both in 2011, literally. High Elves, they do have one feature that they added like several years later. They have a little bit of a slow start, although right now we cannot see it because the game is way past 2 minutes. Their first hero, as opposed to being free, he actually costs half the resources, so it's like 220 gold and 50 lumber. However, to compensate for that, because High Elves in lore are known to be kind of like cocky but very skilled. So in order to compensate for that, they have a free skill point every 3rd level. So for example, right now for me at least, Commander is level 3 and he has skilled his aura twice and he has skilled his melee thunderbolt twice. It's as if he's level 4 as far as skills are concerned. but obviously he's still level 3 stats wise. So this is, I guess, the main feature of High Elves. High Elves, we sometimes call them in the community the newbie magnet, because they're probably the simplest faction whatsoever in the entire mod. They don't have any wacky mechanics. They have very standard casters, very standard spells and stuff. So Jotaverin's commander, he just has a melee Thunderbolt and Endurance Aura of TC. Empire also very easy most of the time, nothing wacky like Invulnerable Slaves and stuff. They have a Grandmaster who also has summons, like we have seen last game. Summoner heroes are quite popular. Most of the time, because you just win time until you can get some quote-unquote imba units in late game, the analogs of chimeras and stuff. So he has a summon who's also permanent, by the way. Like there are only 2 permanent summons in the game: the one by Centaur hero of the Swines, and the one by Empire. The Order's Reinforcements is called the spell, and the unit is just a knight. He actually uses 4 supply when he is summoned, but he's permanent, so you just resummon him when you need him. Other than that, I guess both races kind of play just like standard humans, very, very similar. You have power build, you have, I don't know, I guess you have all like a militia-like mechanic for the Empire, but it's slightly different. And High Elves, they don't have militia, but their farms and main buildings, they can summon workers. Oh, not workers, rather, but archers who act like protective units. And spec-wise, by the way, Rivendell plays the ranged spec, and we can say this because he has the, what is it called, Hochland pistol or something in his inventory. And Jotavrin plays the melee spec because he has like a breastplate. Ithilmar breastplate or something. I don't see the item names because of the stupid mechanic with the Blizzard overlay. Before Blizzard patched Warcraft to 2.0, you could read advanced observer mode, but for whichever reason they turned it off. It's
I remember. Yeah.
It's very annoying. It's very annoying, but so it is.
We always got to deal with what we have. We got a nice little engagement here on the right-hand side. It feels like just because of the damage type, the Knights should dominate these early fights. That's probably also why Rivendell has an expansion. Oh, nice. We saw, I guess, the resummon of the Knight. So I guess the Knight bought the time for the expo to work, but now he has to survive.
I would say so. Also, High Elves are very strong late game. In part because of the heroes, because if you have a couple of heroes or more, those extra skill points add up, and they have really strong skills. Also because you have here, okay, at least in the not too distant future in which I'm currently living, you have here a priest who looks like a priest and kind of acts like a priest. But he will have Bloodlust on tier 2. So on tier 1 he just has a normal heal. On tier 2 he has a little bit of a weaker version of a Bloodlust. So Bloodlusted army under Torrent Chieftain's aura, it's kind of like, I guess, best of both worlds. You have the economy of the humans with some of the buffs of the orcs. So they tend to snowball quite a lot because of this mechanic and a couple of others. They really have very strong casters, the High Elves do. And this allows them to scale very well into late game. So I would expect the longer this game goes on, Jotavrin to win, like to be the favorite one to win, whereas for Rivendell, time is working against him. I honestly would suggest that he does an all-in push on tier 2 early on, because High Elves are not as strong in mid-game as they are in late game. Rivendell has some other ideas, so he built an expansion, and he's hoping to just mass, I suppose, a critical number of units that will take care of the of units of the opponent.
Yeah, so far he is quite far ahead in supply because of expansion, of course. On the other side, we see further teching, as you said. They get strong in the late game, apparently. And we got a little bit of creepcraft. I see militia moving out, so Drota maybe teching and expanding at the same time?
Yeah. I wanted to say something smart, but I have completely forgotten what happens to me all the time today. I had a long day.
You can talk over physics if you want to sound smart.
Yeah, Large Hadron Collider. I was trying to make myself sound smart in the chat before.
It worked, dude. It worked on me.
Yeah. Yeah. The smart thing I wanted to say, I remember now, is he has 8 free supply. So because of the summon, so Rivendell kind of has 8 supply less than what
Ah,
it's showing.
yeah.
But on the other hand, they are still as strong as regular knights. So I don't know. They do have 2 less armor and they can be dispelled, but other than that, they're really strong still for a summon.
Okay.
Also, the spec that Rivendell plays as the Empire has the long rifle handgunner, which is a variant of a standard rifle, which is available only in this spec. He has a mini Thunderbolt. Like, me and Thunderbolt mechanics go hand in hand really in this mod. Like, tons of units have Thunderbolt variations, I will confess. So yeah, they can snipe out heroes quite quickly. They stun heroes for like 0.2 seconds and deal whatever 35 extra damage to them, and then it's like at 1100 range or something.
All right, we get a fight here with a bit of help of the Book of the Dead. Lemus in the chat says, Dragon Mage, question mark. This guy kills his own units faster than the enemies. What's up with the with the Dragon Mage?
He does indeed have some friendly spells. Honestly speaking, it wasn't intentional. It's just the way I could code it easier. He has basically Poison Ivy, what you call? Although it's not called Poison Ivy. You just guys call it Poison Ivy for the lulz.
Yeah.
It's called
Entangle,
right?
Acid Bomb, yeah.
Acid Flask. Yeah, Acid Bomb.
Acid Bomb. Yeah.
He has Acid Bomb that also damages everything.
Oh damn!
The primary target. Yeah. So it's good versus large number of units, but it's really not meta, to be honest. This other hero, by the way, of the Empire, the Archmage dude, he is a bit weird. We have seen him before earlier. It's the very same hero that Dogs of War have. It just looks slightly differently and it's called different. It's a bit of a weird mechanic. I guess you can kind of call him like a local invoker. He can choose either of the 8 lores. For those of you who know Warhammer, you would recognize that there are in total 8 lores of magic, because there are 8 winds of magic in Warhammer. So currently he has a Celestial lore, and this means that he has a Sorcerer's Slow, which he will probably use sometime soon. And by the way, Jotarian is completely cooked because this mid-game push that I was predicting, it came late, but it's very strong, yeah. So here's his power spike way earlier than the power spike of Jotarian.
Yeah, he tried to tear down this expansion, but numbers are already in Rivendell's favor, which is good for us because that ties up the series and we don't get a quick 3-0. Mortar teams completely destroy the casters as they do in regular Warcraft, while knights destroy spearmen as they would with spellbreakers, I guess. So it is pretty intuitive, and that's the first game, and it's 1-1.
It is indeed. So again, for those of you who didn't notice, Jotarian has won the winner bracket final. That's why he was 1-0 up when coming into this series. Again, I'm a little bit old-fashioned, I guess. I think this fell out of favor recently. Normally it's 0-0, but I kind of feel like it's warranted. So right now we are 1-1, despite only one map being played, and we have at most... I guess we just have a best of 3 now.
We are down to a best of 3, indeed. So we go to Northern Isles. The maps, of course, you all know from regular Warcraft, and game is already up. These guys don't waste any time. Again, there can be changes now. There should be changes now. Question is if one player is switching or both. That always depends on the loser of this. And we're loading in.
Apparently, Jotarian told Rivendell to stay because this is what I was predicting last time, that the player kind of knows what to counter race X with. So, for example, right now, Jotarian is betting that he can counter the Empire with the beloved swines.
Okay, let's see if that works out. Are you fast forwarded to live speed, or what time are you at right now?
I think I'm about 10 seconds ahead of you, but I can slow down a little bit.
Okay,
because I'm simultaneously looking at your monitor as well.
Ah, I see. So you can sync with the time. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Alrighty, then we know the Empire already, very human-esque. Would you expect a different hero then, or a different spec against a different race?
I honestly have no idea. This is way above my paycheck. Like the way in which those guys like know how like Warcraft 3 mechanics and timings work, they're just so far ahead of me. Like for me, the engagement starts and I A-click my army into the ground and pray my heroes don't die. That's about as much as I can do.
That's exactly how I play Melee.
Yeah. So they have like some deep understanding of like what counters what at which timings. Like this is just all Greek to me. So I don't really have any thoughts. I can say that Jotuvirin, just by looking at it, that he is building the Centaur hero once more. It's very interesting because I was insinuating that this was the, I don't know, curse in disguise, I suppose. Blessing in disguise is an idiom. Curse in disguise, I suppose, isn't. It was a curse in disguise maybe for Shake earlier because he was so afraid of the early game. He was trying to like bank so much on the early game that he has went for an early game hero. I feel like this was his downfall because versus races that don't have that rely on a mass of weaker units, Brave Shaman is a very strong second hero, but you kind of want to go TC because he has an Imba Holy Bolt, which he can use on himself. All this is a long-winded way of saying I think Jotuvirin is making this mistake again, but if Jotuvirin heard me claim on the stream that I know what to do better than he does, he would be really pissed off with me. Both players have went for the summoner heroes, that much I can say. And these are the only two summons that do not expire in mod, and just by pure chance we have them mirroring one another. Although Jotuvirin's Centaur, I guess, it's called Centaur in lore. His Centaur doesn't use any supply, whereas Rivendell currently is 29 out of 28 because he has summoned the 4-food knight.
I see. Okay. Then we'll see if in this matchup Rivendell can expand. And you said before, like on tier 2, they're really strong. And this time he goes for a quick tier 2 with very few on the field. Well, the summons can, of course, make up for right now. So we have a little bit of a situation where both have a hero that would like to harass the other. And they're just fighting it out and poking a bit.
Yep. They just want to transition into stronger things as fast as possible. They're buying time for themselves to do so. So Rivendell expects to have, I guess, maybe a mortar or two atop mass rifles. And Jotuvirin wants to have lots of those purple abominations that have magical attack, which is really crap versus medium armor, by the way. It's only 50%. But still, they have strong breath of fire, so maybe it will work fine.
Oh, you did change the damage types as well.
Nope. Neo, do you not remember all of the damage table by heart?
Wait, magic does 50% versus medium?
Yep.
No
Siege,
way.
How much siege does to medium? Come on, tell me.
Isn't it? It's not 50.
It is not 50.
Wait, I gotta look this up.
Look this up. It actually took me a long time to memorize all of this, but I'm thinking about it way more than normal people do because I balance my mod around it. Yeah, magic versus the normal is only 50%. So priests versus archers. No, fuck me. Priests versus archers doesn't work like that because archers have a Loon's Blessing. Priests versus headhunters is only 50%. And what are they called? Destroyers versus headhunters only 50%.
Magic versus medium is 75.
No.
Against heroes, it's 50.
Is siege versus medium 50?
Siege versus medium is... Yep, 50.
Okay, fuck me. I apologize.
We were both wrong somehow.
Yeah, I suppose. I have confused the two values. I was sure it was the other way around. It's 54. Okay, I'm not going to say the wrong thing. The right thing is siege versus medium is only 50. Okay, and magic isn't that bad. Okay. I boasted. I feel like an idiot because 1 minute ago I boasted about memorizing this. And
then, we're both not native English speakers, okay? So we just used the wrong terms and we were factually correct in our head.
Yeah, no, if I were speaking German, I would say that I hate German so much because it takes my brain maybe 5 seconds to load and to do this stupid 5 and 70 thing instead of just saying 75
Dude,
as
it's
in
so
every
dumb.
single other language.
It's so dumb.
It's very dumb.
I have to write a letter to Herr Merz to finally stop that and change it around.
Yeah, I heard in French they have some wacky thing where
Oh my
instead
God.
of saying 88, you have to say 6029 or something.
Yeah, it's
But
like 4
apparently-
times 20 plus 6 or something.
Yeah, apparently the wonderful people in Belgium have said fuck it, and now they have new numerals. And, all the power to the Belgians. Unfortunately, I do not speak any French. I do speak rudimentary Spanish and German, and that's it.
The French also have the best fries, so more power to them indeed. I think the worst are the Danish people. They have an even weirder system, but let's not get into this right now. We have a grand final, but it seems like we had a little bit of time since game was slowing down a bit. We were attacking, and now we get the first push with the rifle people again.
Yeah. Interesting. So we see it's our third Eminent Magus this series, and third time he's choosing a different lore. Although now that I say it, I have completely forgotten what Shake has gone for, but I'm sure it wasn't live. So right now the Archmage, he has a different lore. So previous game he had slow of sorceresses. Now he has the AoE heal of obsidian statues.
Okay, so a little more sustain and wants to contain Drota a little bit here, so there's no chance to like expand, power creep, whatever.
Yeah. I think the previous game, by the way, was Jota losing for the first time in the entire tournament. He hasn't dropped a map before. And right now, honestly speaking, I think this push by Rivendell is looking really strong. Like, Beasts of Chaos are not as strong as they were a couple of patches ago. So I honestly feel like having lost the Town Portal scroll, I think it's probably gonna be 2-1. Rivendell's, I think, is favorite one to win this.
Yeah, Rivendell strong today. Wants to reclaim that #1 spot. Yeah, Hero is in trouble. Gets another heal off, but also a stun. Another stun! Oh my! Bit unlucky now with the bashes that we got.
No, it's not the bashes. It's the long rifle handgunners. They have the Thunderbolt.
Ah, yeah, it's true. You just told me about it. Yeah, it's a little bit like Dota.
Yeah, the commander, he hasn't any active spells aside for the summons. He has a Unholy Aura.
Blizzard,
and the
I
other
dare
guy
you.
has the other guy has just destroyers, not destroyers, the obsidian statues heal. So he has only possible place for a damage or a stun is from the rifles.
I dare you, Blizzard. If you give bash to riflemen, I'm gonna quit. That's way too crazy in melee, but of course here it works somehow because everything counters each other somehow. But yeah, I agree with your feeling. Drota looks cooked again, to quote you from game 1.
Yeah, swines are not as strong as they have been, and I think, damn, I feel like an idiot trying to insinuate I understand the mod better than Jotavirin does, as far as again the tactics are concerned, not the mechanics and the code. But I think it was a really big mistake to go for the Summoner Hero first. I think Summoner Hero is very situational. I have no idea why he likes him so much. I kind of get what Shake was trying to do with Dark Elves, because Dark Elves tend to fall off if you break their early game. But you can kind of, I think, break the early game only of weaker players. Versus stronger players, they just bounce back. Dark Elves are really strong these days. And here, Empire, why would you want a freaking Centigore summon versus the Empire? He would have had a level 3 Holy Bolt right now, and a guy with Carrion Swarm versus all of those tiny squishy riflemen.
You don't sound like an idiot, my friend. You sound exactly like a Back to Warcraft caster. You always know everything better, and you always have something to complain about.
Yeah.
So, again, the fight for survival here, but it also feels like Drota is not really killing much, so he's not getting close. And I say that, and the rifle falls. Nice. He's not getting closer to any meaningful levels. He can't get any additional production up, so his strong units don't come online. That looked pretty powerful last week. Not imbalanced, overpowered, powerful, but better than what they showed today.
Yeah, also, like, the entire time, that Rivendell is pushing, like you would be forgiven for thinking that he's one base all-inning, but he actually has an expansion running the entire time. So I think it's just that the Swines were somehow overvalued by Jota in this matchup because he specifically picked the Swines thinking he'd take care of the Empire. And Rivendell plays the same strat basically, the exact same strat he played last game, and Jota cannot do anything.
Yeah, feels bad psychologically when you like force your opponent to play the same somehow, at least. You know, you're signaling that you have the perfect solution, and then it backfires this bad. Doesn't feel good for the next game. It's GG, 2-1.
Yep, indeed. So we may be looking at our last game.
That could all be over. Season 6 of Warhammer about to fall here.
God damn it! I'm slightly cheering for Jotivirin because when Jotivirin won his season 4, the Easter egg that he requested was an item that gives you 1 armor and 1 HP regen per second, and it took me about 25 seconds to implement. When Rivendell won season 6, when Rivendell won season 5, he asked me to make a battle turtle that would be able to dig for worms, to place a fishery, out of which you could build other siege-type battle turtles, and aboriginal, primal, primitive-looking dudes with spears, and then Andre, which you can purchase separately. However, if you purchase him via a fishery, he gains the ability to drink alcohol, which increases his hit points but reduces his armor. And to top it all off, he can devour the workers of all of other races, aside for Beasts of Chaos, where he can devour any unit. This was the
very reasonable. No work at all. I love it. I love it. Power to the people. You give the people the power. That's what you have to deal with. And now Drota, maybe the final map, has to deal with the Empire again. So he signals once again, like, I have a solution. And it's the return of the Tome Kings.
Exactly, yeah, the Gruftkönige, as they are known in German. I've actually played quite a lot of Total War Warhammer 3 in German, so I know all of the relevant translations.
Didn't everybody say Total... Oh no, not Total War. It was Dawn of War 3 that sucked, right? But Total War was good?
I honestly speaking wouldn't know too much because Dawn of War is 40k, and 40k and fantasy is kind of like Warcraft and Starcraft. So
I see.
I don't follow 40k. Total War is a really, really good series. So for anyone who enjoys the genre of global strategies, I personally like it a lot, and this is kind of one of my favorite genres, combining with my favorite universe. So I've played a lot of Total War Warhammer 3 back in the day. Unfortunately, these days, or fortunately, I don't have any time for it whatsoever. But remembering my, youth.
So when are you creating a Warcraft mod for Total War? It has to go the other way. You brought Warhammer to Warcraft. Now do it the other way.
I now have to create a Warcraft 3 mod for Total War, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It would make sense if I had about 50 extra hours in a day, I suppose. Besides, I gotta confess, despite the fact that I absolutely love Warcraft 3, I just love it from the bottom of my heart. I'm so indifferent to its lore. Like, I couldn't care less about those,
Heresy. Heresy.
Yeah. I unfortunately, I'm so indifferent to it. I kind of like the campaign of Reign of Chaos. I played it as a small kid, and I thought its plot was so intricate and well thought out. And then maybe 15 years later, I tried replaying it, and then I cringed every single chapter at how simple everything is.
Get out of here! Unbelievable. Goated campaign.
Yeah, but honestly, I just love the vibes of Warcraft 3. Just, I look at the trees and my soul screams with pleasure.
Fair. Okay, you saved yourself.
I will utterly abuse my position as your co-caster right now, and I will say that how do I put it mildly? I am not a big fan of your reskin. I think Warcraft 3, the way it was created in 2002, it's perfect. It's magnificent. It needs no improvement. So whenever I watch a Back to Warcraft cast, those fancier reskins I feel are more detracting than adding to the game. And this is me again abusing my time as your co-caster.
That was Nightmare, everybody. Take care. That is totally fair. That's totally fair. I feel like it looks a bit more modern, a bit more shiny. It doesn't take away from the originality. But I do also agree it has some issues here and there. If only we could get the original version in HD soon, somehow.
I honestly just dig the aesthetics that were there 23 years ago, so I feel like it's perfect.
Dude, did you ever look the Potom in the face?
Precisely the point. It's an RTS, and even more so today with those zooms. Like it's to be expected that Potom is undetailed. It's meant to be undetailed because you look at her from 220 zoom. She's not supposed to have a pretty face at such a zoom.
Okay, continue to make sense and come up with good points.
I'm honestly speaking just quoting Grubby, although I have thought about that myself. I think he had a very popular video, kind of like, disagreeing with the way Reforged has done the graphics. Okay, you know what? Screw this topic. Let's just stick to the game.
Yeah, I mean that Reforged didn't do the graphics right. I mean that's obvious. That doesn't need to be discussed anymore. But yeah, final map of your grand final. So how are the Tome Kings doing so far?
Again, a very popular strat in this mod, as it often happens. You just win time before you have something stronger at later tiers. So Dotaverine has chosen a hero who looks like a funny looking obsidian statue and just harasses everything with his arcane lightning. Tomb Kings have this Hierophant mechanic where these guys provide food when they're alive, and he has chosen the daylight specialization. So he's very strong during daytime and especially so during like midday, closer to midday. So for example, right now he's healing, and I'm a little bit distinct from you, about like 10 seconds or so. I'll try to do the catching up. So for example, the Hierophants in this spec, they can heal, but during nighttime they only heal 10 hit points, and during daytime they heal up to 45, I believe, depending on the exact time of day. So at least 25, and then it goes to 35 closer to midday, and 1 hour within daytime, within midday is like 45 hit points. So what he wants to do is in the remaining nighttime, probably just creep and amass a little bit of an army, and then the daytime push will come and it will either make or break this game. What I heard from DICE a long time ago, because he was the original inventor of the strat back in the day where Tome Kings were way weaker than they are right now, he said that this only works versus races that don't expand. I wonder if this age-old adage still holds, because Rivendell already has an expansion.
And DICE has a great mind for the game, of course. Became champion this weekend in a phenomenal grand final. So let's see if that knowledge still holds on. Yeah, if that's the case, that's a problem for sure for Jota. Then the final would be over. He's amassing armies, but he's counter-expanding. This doesn't look like push to end it all. So maybe plan B.
Well, he has, I think maybe precisely because of the reason that I have outlined, maybe even if he pushes one of the two bases, it's not game-winning for him. That's why he wants to take the late game. So this daytime, the next, 12 times 20, 240 seconds, it's not going to be decisive in this game. Dotaverine will try to fight during the next day, I suppose. This day he's gathering strength for himself, and Rivendell will probably try to break him during nighttime. This is what I would predict, at least.
Okay, so shall we continue to talk about graphics again?
We can talk about the phenomenal models. Like all of the reskins on either base were made by a wonderful guy from Philippines by the name of Ujimasa Hojo. I think I actually I'm not hallucinating, am I? I have hosted like one of the High Workshop Cups where all of the buildings had like reskins. It was 2022 maybe?
Yeah,
2021?
I remember.
Yeah. It's basically the same idea. So unfortunately, a couple of buildings are like Norse buildings tinted, like the ice variations of Temple of the Damned and ice variation of Altar of Darkness, which is tinted. It's not as nice looking as the main building, but still it's reasonably good, I would say. So yeah, as far as graphics is concerned, this is this is what I can say. I can only praise the modelers because this particular one guy, I think he's like he's the goat of Warcraft 3 champions. Oh, sorry, Warcraft 3 modeler community, because he has done so many done high quality reskins where you just have the original model but you wrap something else around it as a skin, and it doesn't weigh a lot. It only weighs like 60 kilobytes, and it looks spectacularly good because it's just, you know, Warcraft 3 animations and kinematics piled onto some of the pre-existing skins, because technically speaking, these are not reskins, these are rewraps. And the difference is, with a reskin, you import your own texture, so you, like a 2D artist, you draw a new image and you wrap it above an existing model. Whereas rewrap is you take something from a pre-existing model from another skin and you just code it so that the model uses the skin of another model. And obviously you cannot do it once, you have to do it for every polygon or something. So it's not it ends up being very file size efficient. That's what I'm saying. So huge shout out to Ujumasa Hojo and all the other wonderful people at High Workshop and elsewhere who are making great models for all us Warcraft 3 modders.
Right on. We can also expect a lot more good stuff from Chronicles of the Second War, which has posted an upgrade that stuff is looking good for the future. We are looking probably at a push on both sides. Rivendell is pushing against the Expo. And, okay, no counter push, just the TP. Rivendell seems very confident with his rifles.
Yeah, Empire was considered underpowered for a long time, but then Rivendell kind of made them popular, but no one has picked it up, and right now I guess everyone's paying the price because no one knows how to play versus Empire because it was considered like one of the weaker races.
Okay, but he's not confident enough to take the fight, just a little bit of support by Militia, and the mortars are coming. Is there any... Oh yeah, there's a lot of casters in the back. So it's very similar to what we've seen before against... who was it? I don't know the faction anymore. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It was versus the Swines and versus the... I don't remember who was the first game either. I think he waited until nighttime, that's why he didn't want to engage. He has killed right now one Hierophant, which is quite painful because they take a lot, like they cost 150 to revive, so it's quite costly. It's as much as a new farm. I wonder if, so tier 3 tech is gonna be done in 3 seconds, as far as my timeline is concerned, at least. And I think we're almost in perfect sync.
No, you seem like 2 minutes ahead then.
Nope. I was talking about the Tomb King.
Okay. Yeah, then we're fine.
Yeah. It's a strong tech because it unlocks the ability to set the time of day to midday. You may remember it because I think it was used before. Kind of like a reverse Moonstone.
Yes.
Setting time of day to midday, which is very convenient because you oftentimes don't want to fight during nighttime, and now this problem is alleviated. And supply-wise, Empire is 73, so he's not mining as efficiently because Joturin was in low upkeep a second ago, or rather no upkeep. And I don't know, we'll see where it goes.
A little bit of base trading. I do remember it colors the clock into orange, unlike
the
purple I got before. Something I never knew was in the game, but it is. So finally, the first push by Drota that he probably wanted to do minutes ago, and we have a base trade.
Yeah, main base versus the expansion, and we'll see how it goes. I feel bad for Jotarin for not having catapults. They are very strong for this race. Basically, I have lots of strong catapults because I would just copy-paste the Demolisher from Warcraft 3, and since I'm using an old 2002 patch, Demolishers have gotten nerfed a lot since then, and I was just using old stats. So, yeah, it's kind of like Demolisher from 2003.
Wait, they got
But he has none.
nerfed? Ah, from 2003. Yeah. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Crazy, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, if you look at Wikipedia, okay, there goes the...
I trust you, I
solstice.
trust you.
Yeah, there goes the solstice.
All right, full daytime, strongest section of the Tome Kings, and not a very convenient time to fight for Rivendell all of a sudden.
Yeah, he has to wait for like 20 seconds or so, don't remember how much exactly. But everything is gonna be very slowed. Like, these slows are like twice as strong during daytime, and they were applied during daytime, that's why they'll stay. I think Jota has this. I think he's fighting really well, but I may be wrong.
And then we get game 5, of course. It was a nice idea with the mortars, but they didn't connect too well, or at least didn't have the impact they had before. Obsidian statue standing strong, mortar going down. Drota did, I think, lose a Hierophant and gets out. So Rivendell for now survives, and he's still got a big army.
Yeah, I think since he has traded his expansion for a few workers, I think he's probably in a stronger position. It's gonna be daytime soon, like normal daytime. So Jodeverin can have his, his plaything. But I think just if only he were to build some catapults.
He has one
they're
now.
really, really strong. Oh, he does have one. Okay, but they're really, really strong, honestly speaking. Especially they have this mechanic, which again is present in lore also, where they can gather the skulls of fallen foes to boost their damage. So, for example, if he creeps this camp and if he turns the ability on autocast, for which he doesn't have the time apparently, he can gain up to +5 permanent damage from each creep. So it's like a total of +30 damage. But yeah. I had an argument with one of the members of the community who requested me to turn this autocast off by default, saying that the catapults, instead of fighting and firing in a fight, they would just, go onto the opposite end of the screen to gather a corpse. And I said, okay, I'm going to turn it off. And after turning it off, I think almost universally no one ever gathers corpses like this, although it's a very strong mechanic. Because again, it boosts your DPS permanently by +5 per every corpse, and it goes up to +30 for nothing, basically.
Sometimes a player has 400 APM and is still too lazy to turn off an autocast. The mind of a player is interesting sometimes.
Yeah, Jodeverin, for example, he has prepped and he can easily gather some corpses and get +30, almost free damage. Costing him some APM, that's it, on the catapult, but he doesn't do it.
All right, after killing the Expo, Rivendell wants to wipe out the base and win the final.
Yep, it would be interesting. I think this is the 6th, I hate this word so much, 6th, oh my god, I hate it so much, 6th season, and not once did we have a full distance, and I think maybe it's not going to be full distance here either. It's always either 3-0 or 3-1, so yeah.
It looks like Rivendell is coming well prepared this time. Second workshop as well. Oh, we get tanks first time, I think.
I honestly think Jodeverin is cooked, because tanks, they are really hard to counter. They have siege type armor, and they damage block 16 or something. Catapults, in theory, they counter them, but 2 catapults aren't gonna do jack shit. I guess maybe the Tomb Guards also counter them. They're like grunts, but with heavy, but with chaos attack type, so it's quite good versus fortified armor. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe Jodeverin has a trick up his sleeve or two.
Hopefully,
they can be quite strong.
Yeah,
I want to see game 5. Yeah, but.
We all want, but it's a little tricky right now. I hope he got TPs at least. I never really know what kind of icon that is. I don't think he has.
They don't have TPs. Nope.
That's a little bit of a problem. Gets one now. That's a lot of free damage, and with mortars, dealing a lot of damage. Thankfully, lots of repair here still gives him level 5 on the Grandmaster. And this is already a bit scary even without the tank.
Yeah, also in this spec, the tanks are stronger because he's went for the gunpowder spec again.
Makes sense with a lot of handgunners, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, little bit of hero focus here. Now, almost a kill with the Carrion Swarm, and he kills the hero off. How would you compare a hero kill in comparison to the impact it has in regular Warcraft?
Probably because the units are in general a little bit stronger. Maybe heroes matter slightly less, but almost 1 for 1.
Okay, so quite a disaster here to not get out safely. Whoops. We get a free Hierophant, maybe?
Yeah, honestly speaking, the Magus thing, he is a support hero. He doesn't do too much. He's just there to heal. He's kind of like a third paladin. He can holy bolt and he has an aura, but not the biggest of deals.
Okay.
Maybe.
Holy smokes! I see the steam tank for the first time. Gorgeous model, insane damage as well, and that's something that Drota has to deal with now.
Yeah. Yeah, it was made by Herr Dave. I think he's from Germany, a very nice modeler. I use a lot of his models on Hive Workshop. Tanks have this... Okay, they can be slowed. It's not as bad. It's not as bad because he has plenty of slow. Kind of like a normal Warcraft. So sorceresses can slow steam tanks, steam engines. They have the mechanic that they lose health, so they kind of upkeep themselves. You need to do maintenance, do repairs, so you just stun yourself and slowly heal. So this makes tanks slightly weaker than they otherwise could have been, but yeah, they're still very strong. You can hardly damage them at all, unless you have the specific unit countering them. Oh, you know what? I have completely forgotten about the fact that Jotun has a insanely strong ult. Like, it's so strong it's maybe anti-fun a little bit. Like, this dude will just shred everything.
The Destroyer, you mean?
Yep. So I wanted to make something wacky for Tomb Kings, and since they're based off of ancient Egypt and they deal with death so much, I kind of wanted to make it so every ultimate is tied to the hero dying somehow. I lied a little bit because one of the heroes doesn't have it, but the other 3 do. And so the original hero with his inventory and skill set is gone. And obviously, as you can guess, if a hero, when using his ultimate, dies, for this ultimate to be worth anything, it has to be a really strong ultimate. So right now, instead of the hero, he basically has this unit with 1800 hit points, 1 armor, a chaos damage that bounces like moonglaves off.
Oh, Jesus.
What are they called? Huntresses.
Huntress.
And yeah, Phoenix, what's it called? The disability doesn't actually have a name, okay?
Okay, and Rivendell has left the game, so we do get the first game 5 in Warhammer Warcraft history.
Indeed, the first time, unless I'm mistaken, which I may be, but I've already said a stupid thing today about the percentage damage of armor types, so I don't want to repeat myself. Yeah, I think the first time in our history we have game 5 in the final, so it's going to be 3-2 in either person's favor. Yeah, it was just the ultimate that turned the game around, honestly, because this guy, he's really quite hard to take down. He regenerates like 5 hit points per second, 1800 hit points, hero armor. Yeah, he would just shred everything given the time. Although, to be completely honest, maybe something else has happened because I wasn't playing that close of attention. So, but I think this is what has happened.
All right. Seems like our players take a little bit of a break, but no, the game just ended 1 minute ago, 2 minutes ago, so totally fine. Yeah. The first map loss by Rivendell this final, as Drota had this 1-0 coming from the winner bracket. So it's going to be interesting how he responds now, if he's going to take the Tomb Lords away.
Rivendell has written that you remain on Tomb Kings. So it's going to be some attempts to counter them. It's not going to be Dark Elf Corsairs, and it's not going to be what was banned. Something Wiki was banned, but I've forgotten what was banned. High Elves. Okay, that's an interesting choice. To be honest, I don't think High Elves are strong. especially in this matchup. But whatever. I honestly speaking don't know that much.
Gonna be a surprise in a little bit. Again, if you're interested in that, you can play this game mode on War3Champions in the custom game section of the client. So all you gotta do is click on this sword/cogwheel, go to custom games, where you also find, for example, Direct Strike. Click on Warhammer and play the game. The race selection doesn't do anything. You pick your race, as there's 16 of them, and the Warcraft menu probably wouldn't even support that. You pick in-game and click find match, and then hope for the best to find a match.
Indeed, you can also drop by our wonderful Discord. Maybe I should send you a link. There's even a small chance that some wacky people from the community will not make fun of you because our Discord, unfortunately, sometimes like it has. I don't want to say that it's toxic, but it has weird humor. So, but we don't have Blade, okay? That's a good point.
Yeah, nobody has Blade anymore. If you followed that
true,
development.
That's true. Yeah, well, this guy, whenever he drinks, he cannot hold his tongue, and when he's sober, I don't think he can always hold his tongue either. So I suppose it's fair. You have to have nerves of steel to, not be in trouble with that guy.
I can imagine. Alrighty, game 5 coming up. We're loading in, and it's the decider. Whoever wins is the champion of the game mode, the strongest player in the game mode, and the race selection is dwarves, and Drota stays on Tome Kings.
Cool stuff. So this is a new race. Again, I feel like this is a testament to how balanced the mod is in general. Because honestly speaking, 3 or 4 seasons ago, it was again like 2 or 3 races being picked all over again, and same strats played all over again. Right now, it's yet a new race. I think in just 2 short series of myself and Neo, we have seen like, I don't know, 12 races or something.
Mm-hmm.
So players are not prohibited from picking something that they have picked earlier. Again, the only limitation is no 2 same matchups in a row. That's it. So previous maps don't count. So this is not an accident. People do pick very diverse races. I feel it would be maybe productive for us to sync with the real thing.
Alrighty.
So that I do not attempt to time it, because honestly speaking, in the first minute of the game, not much happens anyway.
Okay. Yeah. While we speed up, tell me everything there is to know about the dwarves.
They were conceived of as a late game faction, although honestly speaking, I think high elves are stronger than dwarves in late game, but dwarves are still pretty strong. They have strong and slow moving units, so their standard move speed is 255, I think. It's like 15 less than everything else. They have very pricey workers at 85 gold, but they have 360 hit points. Yeah, if human workers have that much hit points, I'm quitting Warcraft as well. So they can mine twice as fast on tier 2, but they need to transition into miners, specified like specific workers for gold mining. And they have very strong artillery. They have probably it's going to be cannons. This is the standard meta for dwarves. There are other strats, but they're not as strong. I think Rivendell will play just tier 2 into tier 3 artillery. They have cannons, which are not like other artillery in Warcraft, in that they have normal type damage and their attacks don't miss. So they're kind of misses, but with 1200 range and I guess with no bouncing glaives. To compensate for hero killing potential, because this sounds crazy since normal does 100% to heroes, it's only 50% damage versus heroes, but it's still hella strong because their base damage is very, very high. And they have medium armor, which for a ranged unit is really good because they're quite hard to counter by most units. You have to get close in melee to damage them. I think this is the basics of the dwarves, and as it often happens, Rivendell's hero, the Dragon Slayer, has 2 summons. And as it often happens again, this is, I guess, the meta for a lot of races. It's just you pick the summoner hero and try to rush whichever power spike you have. And for dwarves, it's on tier 2, and attacks take a long time, 180 seconds, I believe. but they have some really strong stuff on tier 2 and tier 3, and we'll see if Rivendell is able to survive the next day, and if Jotun wants to all in on the next day, and it's gonna decide the fate of the Easter egg of season 6. If it's gonna be Rivendell, it's gonna take me like 5 hours to make. Maybe if it's Jotun, he'll take 2 months to come up with an item that just combines 2 very simple stats.
Alrighty, good luck to you. I'm just here for an exciting game. I don't care. And if the dwarves are like so slow in teching and stuff, aren't Tome Kings rather strong on tier 2, and that could then overwhelm Rivendell on the way to tier 3?
This is the idea, but dwarves are very tanky, so they're really hard to kill. The workers, again, 360 hit points and everything else. The footman, the footman analog, I guess. The like what do they have? 545 or something. So yeah, they're all very tough, and we shall see. Their buildings are extremely tough. So even if he has a couple of catapults, taking down even the shop is a bit of a challenge. Andre has purchased the Easter egg by Jotun for winning season 2, I believe. No, it was season 3. Season 2 was won by Shake. The only season that Shake has won. After that, it was either Jotun or Rivendell for 4 seasons in a row now, because obviously this game can win. Like either one of them wins, not someone else. And we'll see who is it going to be.
Yeah, we see a little bit of protection already. Builds a little dwarven wall with a tavern and a tower. So yeah, he feels like a push might be coming at daytime, as we've seen so often. And basically, classic rifleman is what I see. And then the tech continues. And for Tome Kings, we shouldn't expect any surprises, right? It's like more priests.
It's gonna be the same, same as last game, honestly. It's the same strat. It was actually DICE initially who came up with it way back in August of 2024. And yeah, the players have been playing it. I was trying to buff other specs and maybe slightly nerf this one, but players are oftentimes slow to adapt. As I was telling this anecdote last time about how we have a running joke that the swines get stronger with every passing nerf, because there was a very strong meta to play casters for swines, and I kept nerfing them incrementally. And they were still very strong, but after some time, Rohirrim was the guy who invented the purple A-bombs with a different spec, and everyone stopped playing the casters, which took me like 5 months to nerf to an appropriate level, and they just switched to freaking mass chaos spawns, and I had to take like 5 more months to keep nerfing them.
People are players of habit, man. They just like what they're used to playing most of the time.
Indeed. I honestly feel like Tomb Kings have other strong, but yeah, this is what everyone keeps playing again.
You just have to get good mechanics, man, and you show them.
Yeah. No, honestly speaking, I'm very happy about the state of the mod, because again, it's way more diverse than it was a few months ago, and right now it's in a really good place. Dwarves, honestly speaking, also kind of have almost a single strat. But on the other hand, he has 3 riflemen and only the first cannon is out now. I feel like it could have been earlier if he was just cannon rushing, as I predicted. And he's also a bit supply blocked, Rivendell, the dwarven player.
All right, we need more units, more defense, more time, more everything. It is daytime and soon to be midday time.
Yeah, he doesn't have a single catapult because he needs a repository building for it. It's only now being built by the Tomb King. I feel like 2 catapults would have done a lot right now, because he kind of needs to kill the tower, kill the buildings, put some pressure. I don't think he can do much without the catapults. And first catapult is right now being trained.
My man Mango with the tier 2 sub. Thank you for the 66 around Halloween. What a nice coincidence. Yeah, I'm curious to see the range and the impact of these catapults, of the cannons that you talked about. Especially versus casters. Oh no, not especially versus casters, as it is normal damage. But should be nice to take out a couple of units here, and he absolutely needs to. All fortified, 14 armor. Jesus Christ. Yep, I see what you mean by this base hard to crack.
Yep. It's a standard mechanic, honestly speaking, for towers to have more armor near main base, but it's supposed to have +5 and 4 extra because it's near. It's not only near your starting location; it's near your main building. So if it was up in the open, it would be +0. But yeah, it falls down nonetheless.
I was about to say, he doesn't really care. Drota is doing quite some damage here with this push. And it's still 2 ticks away from turning knight.
Yep. Workers have the combat upgrade, so right now they have 4 armor and 10 to 12 damage, and they are able to throw thunderbolts. Imagine that. Me and my thunderbolts. But I think Jota is cracking the dwarf. I think. But I'm not sure.
Doesn't look good for the hero. Last potion. Very dominant positioning by the Obsidian statue. And he gets him with the Fork Lightning. Lich level 4 as well. Man, what a shame. He had the match points and now he has to give it up. After all this, Drota is still the best player of the game mode.
Yep, reverse sweep done by Jotavirian. Congratulations to him. I have throwbacks to last season when again Rivendell manipulated Jota into doing it like gentleman random versus random and ended up winning. It was so funny because they these guys are buddies in real life and they even split prize pool money and stuff. But they're quite different because Rivendell is always like the joker, the jester, and Jotavirian is a bit more serious. And never mind. It was a cool series, and I thank Neo deeply for co-casting it with me and for showcasing it on Back to Warcraft. Means a lot to me because I've spent like 14 years making this mod, and for 13 out of those 14 years it was really not popular at all. And yeah, thank you to every single person watching, and I guess that's it for me. Feel free to support the wonderful Warcraft 3 community in each and every of its facets. Hive Workshop people, wonderful people. They also accept donations. Fun fact, I do not accept donations, so actually don't support me, support someone else. Feel free to support Back to Warcraft if you want more content like this. Thank you very much again to Neo. Maybe we can get Remo to play it sometime in the future. Warcraft 3 Champions people, also we have praised them. Shout out to Kovacs. I think he was one of the main persons to whom I owe it that my mod is on the Warcraft 3 Champions mod, on the Warcraft 3 Champions ladder rather. And yeah, with that, I guess much love to you all. Long live Warcraft, and yeah, take care everyone.
That's the perfect ending. Nightmare, thank you very much for the co-cast, for the mod, for everything. We see each other around, maybe in May in the Netherlands.
Yeah, my pleasure, totally. I unfortunately am unable to say for sure if I can make it. I hope I'll try my best, and it's super cool that we have a next Rara Land. I felt bad missing the Rara Land thing, but hopefully, yeah, it's such a huge pleasure. I cannot. How do I say it? I can't recommend it enough that people turn up for this event. It's a huge amount of fun. We have very fun, very charismatic people. I remember Stars and Stripes was creating such an awesome atmosphere to Rara Land 2, was it? Or Rara Land 3, especially when people come from faraway places. It's a great opportunity to meet people from other cultures like Pato from Latin America, Jens from Chile, some wonderful people from USA. I think it's a gorgeous event, and very, very hopefully I'll be there. I hope whoever can afford it and has visas and stuff, please consider joining our wonderful Warcraft 3 community in there. It's hella fun. I've been there twice. I can't recommend it enough.
Nice. Thank you for the kind words, mate. We see each other. Bye bye.
Very low.
Wiedersehen, Dankeschön, alles Beste.
Ciao. That was Nightmare, everybody. My headphone is giving up as we have no battery anymore. What a perfect end to a day. We had some great fun with ladder games. We had some odd discussions about a couple of things. It was whatever. It was a good day. It was a good stream. Tomorrow, Mr. Remo is back with the B Cup. And in the evening hours, I think there's the Fountain of Mana Grand Final between Dice and Jens, which could be hype. Looking forward to that. And otherwise, the entire day is B Cup, so hopefully you like what you see. If you have a Prime sub lying around, give it to us, we take it, and we see each other around. Take care.
Bye.